Well, we're well, we're here. We're back. We're ready for another edition of Sunday Night AstroLive. As you can tell, I'm a little hoarse today. I have a little hoarseness going on, and not even really sure why I'm having the hoarseness, but it's here. And thank you for being here, all 29 of you. I hope more will show up. I have to get a link over to my guy, Dr. Longo, who will be joining us at the top of the 9 o'clock hour over here. He'll be coming in. So this is one of the reasons why I started a bit late tonight, because you know that when the doctor gets cooking, he can go for a while. So we're going to be talking about the Knights of the Golden Circle a little bit later on as it relates to Neptune and Aries and Saturn and Aries. And I thought it would be a great time to bring him on since he did a lot of work on this one particular subject. And I personally believe it relates a lot to some of the themes that we've been exploring over the past couple of weeks, which is this idea of the unresolved past of the Civil War, the egregor of the Civil War, the spirit of it is now returned upon us with the re-arrival of Neptune and Aries, which was there right at the beginning of the Civil War. We started to talk about Saturn and Aries last night as it relates to war in general and some of the violent periods during the last two Saturn and Aries transits, which of course were during the late 90s. And most importantly, perhaps the year 1968, which is one of the most violent years of the 20th century, which includes the Tet Offensive and the big riots in Paris that were so violent that Charles de Gaulle nearly left France and was going to leave the country because he thought that the government would be overthrown, that they would take him out of the streets and basically, guillotine him or something, right? So that's how violent the year 1968 was. So we've been playing with these themes of these kind of unresolved warlike eras. But again, starting really with the Civil War, and this is where we all kind of jumped into this with Neptune and Aries. And then I talked about a lot of the Carmelo Anthony and Austin Metcalf and, all these sort of themes and memes that have been floating through our environment all the way up to the point where now we in the North are receiving the refugees from the South, in this case being South Africa, and something very, very similar to what happened to the farmers, the people that owned the agrarian lands in the South after the Civil War. Of course, many of them were taken by the soldiers of the North, and there are stories of farms and houses and lives burning as a result of that. So it's interesting, again, that we're having this getting played out, but in another part of the world, albeit through a different culture. But again, when we have these reanimations of these periods, things don't always have to be one-to-one. They can look the same in many ways, but not necessarily be the same. So these are themes that we've been following, and we're going to continue to follow those themes as we move through Saturn and Neptune and Aries. It should be quite a while, actually. Of course, we'll have a brief respite of Saturn when it retrogrades back into Pisces. It's not around for very long. It's just getting ready to come in very quickly here. And I think it's with us for about 6 weeks, maybe 7 weeks, and then the retrograde begins. And it actually will stop and station at 25 degrees in December. And then it comes back into Aries again next year, in which case it will have its permanent residence in the sign of Aries. But nonetheless, it bears worth talking because there are things that are happening in our society that are also part of the discussion, and not just the Civil War. Okay, but I am going to bring up something that does have to do with the South, and it does have to do with what I would call an epidemic that has flooded our society to the point where we're headed towards what I would call a whiplash boomerang. Okay. And what I'm referring to is having too many women in positions of power and authority. Okay. I am not opposed to having women in power and authority if they're good at their job. There are men who are in positions of power and authority and they're not good at their job. So just because you're a man, it doesn't mean that, you know, you're going to be good at what you do. However, that said, it feels to me like we did this overcorrection socially and politically. And the overcorrection essentially filled significant public positions with women, most of whom aren't qualified to be there. And it's because they had quotas, or it's because they had a kind of a DEI deal going. Look, we've been down this path many, many times. And it feels to me like with Saturn and Aries, there is going to be what I would call the boomerang whiplash. And all these gains that women have in their minds worked incredibly hard for and really sought to have, you know, equal pay and equal status in a man's world, so to speak, that is going to flip, and it's going to flip really hard. And it's going to have its own like consequences socially, what the talking points are. But I'm going to play you a story right now, and I'm going to share with you exactly what I'm talking about. And it has to do with a group of prisoners that went AWOL in New Orleans, Louisiana. So before I do that, again, just let me welcome you to the show. It's Sunday Night AstroLive. I'm Robert Phoenix, your host. We'll be here for about another 3 hours. So I started a little late, but we're going to go later on the other side. And it's a good night to be able to go late because many of you are not working tomorrow. It is Memorial Day. And guess what? Memorial Day does honor things like soldiers fallen in the foreign wars or conflicts. And we memorialize them because of their service and the things that they've sacrificed for our country and freedom in the Western world. And while I believe that many of the men and women who dedicated their lives to doing just that, I also believe that they were hoodwinked and they were conscripted to fight in wars that ultimately benefited others, primarily the banking interests and the banking interests that helped create the fractal reserve currency system known as the Federal Reserve. So, yes, we want to thank these men and women who did sacrifice life and limb. But on the other hand, who and what were they sacrificing life and limb for? And with each war, it got progressively more difficult to understand just what the hell was going on and who was fighting who and who was serving who. I would say probably the last real war that this country was in was the Vietnam War versus all the mini wars and the mini conflicts that we've been in. And some people will say, well, we're already in like the Fourth World War. You just have to add up the numbers. There can be some truth to that. But when it comes to actually a boots on the ground war, the Vietnam War, not the war in Iraq, 1 or 2, those don't count. It is the Vietnam War, which is the last war that this country fought in total, meaning that it was invested. It was not only invested in the war, but it was declared as a war, right? Congress actually had to vote on a war. They had to vote on it, and that qualifies it as a war. So for me, that was the last real war that this country was involved in. And as we all know, it didn't go very well. Now, did it help stop the spread of communism in the Far East? If you take a look at Vietnam, Vietnam's done fairly well since the war. Yes, they are a communist state. However, lots of capitalist countries get their goods made in Vietnam. And in fact, if there's any country that's going to benefit from the tariffs or whatever kind of other war we're involved with China, it will be Vietnam. Ironically enough, the country that, we spent all those years and all those dollars and all those lives of American men, and perhaps in some cases women, lost, we now get cheap goods. Thanks to our good friends over there in Vietnam. And you know what? I'm not gonna rip them or diss them. They're taking part in a game called capitalism, right? And the global traders who have taken advantage of capitalism are getting ready to move their operations to the country that we fought so hard against during that time. And many of you know one of the reasons why that war was being fought was not to stop communism, although perhaps there were some people like Richard Nixon who actually believed that. It was because there was a thing called the heroin trade. And they were essentially, they being the CIA and parts of the government that were involved with black budget programs, they were taking that money that they were getting, they were bringing heroin into the country. That's right, heroin into the country, and they were funneling into secret black budget projects. That was a big thing that was happening during that war. The other thing that was happening during that war is the black community was losing a lot of men because they weren't in college and they weren't able to get deferments. So the black community lost a lot of men, a lot of potential fathers, some of whom were actually fathers over in the war. And there are statistics. And when you look at the pre-Vietnam War statistics of the black American family, which is intact, that'd be a husband and a wife, a father and a mother, they're somewhere in the mid 70s. It's like the mid 70%, which is pretty good. After the Vietnam War and after the 70s to this, at this very day, we're somewhere probably around 50%. And I think that that's probably being generous in terms of the number because, the numbers are always skewed. So what did the Vietnam War do? It helped destroy a lot of potential black fathers who could raise families. And when they're away, guess what happens? The welfare state ramps up, right? The welfare state ramps up like a turbo engine. And, Johnson and the war on poverty and, all those people that were looking out after those folks, well, just because your guy is gone doesn't mean you can't be taken care of. We'll take care of you. That's right. We'll take care of you. We'll make sure you get fed. We'll make sure you get those feed stamps. And guess what? When he comes back, you may not even need him because we got your back. We'll say, you see how this works? It's fucking insidious. Absolutely insidious. So not only that, but we'll go one step further. It will go to the inner cities of America after the Vietnam War, where, of course, a huge amount of heroin is coming into those cities. And who is that impacting? The black community. So not only are the men of a generation being wiped out in the Vietnam War, along with working class whites who were their counterpart, by the way, they're getting wiped out. But the drugs that are coming from the war going back into the city are going to finish the fucking job, right? And some of those guys who were over there in Nam, they come back and they're in the inner cities, and guess what they're doing? Yeah, they're pushing drugs. That's their new gig. So the Vietnam War accomplished quite a bit. Not really what it set out to do, which was stop communism. And I do believe that there was a call to do that. And at that time, it was more like Chinese communism. Maoism was on the roll. The Russians were on their way down. They were Khrushchev was, by this time he's like living in a banyan. He basically had fucked up with the Bay of Pigs. He was lucky he didn't get taken out, right? So the Russians are slowly on their way to some form of political, I would call it annihilation, but their political power is rapidly beginning to wane, right? I still think that they were very involved in dissent and creating communist supercells inside this country, which I believe are still there. But in terms of the world stage, Russia was starting to kind of tail off. And really The communist threat in that part of the world was, of course, China, and they were actually supplying the North Vietnamese, and then later the Cambodians with weapons. But anyway, that's a whole other story, right? Vietnam was the last war front in a real way, and it was the first war that the United States had suffered a defeat. And it feels like we have been attempting to regain face, right? This is like, okay, well, we might have lost there, but man, we can go kick ass in Libya, or we can go kick ass in Iraq, or it just feels like there's been this attempt to reestablish the American fighting forces as the finest in the world, and somehow, put this idea back in our brains that when we go to war, might is right, and the U.S. has really got the moral high ground in a lot of these wars, and there couldn't be anything, I would believe, less true than that. And when we look at the neocon wars post 9/11, all they've done is create nothing but chaos, not just in the places that they were taking place in, but in other countries around the world, whether it's Europe or whether it's the United States. The people who were in those wars, whether it was Afghanistan, whether it was Iraq, whether it was Libya, like those people are now living in other places, right? They are living in Europe. They are living in the United States. And on top of that, some of the other wars that we participate in as well, including Somalia, but not exclusively. Somalians everywhere, right? So this idea of war and aggression that this country's been involved with has to be completely re-examined, completely and utterly re-examined. And Saturn, Neptune, and Aries, we're going to have an opportunity to do that. We are going to have an opportunity to do that because in my humble estimation, this is what's on the table, right? And the table that we're talking about ultimately is going to be like AI and drones. It's going to be a very different kind of war. Still needs humans in order to do certain things, but ultimately that is the war theater that we're headed towards. And it'll be interesting to see how we respond. I just saw Lana, who brought up it's all about Lana Labonte, I believe, said it's all about drugs. Sure, I mean that's what was happening in Afghanistan, right? It was the poppy fields, and then once they figured out how to make oxy and then fentanyl, they didn't need them anymore. They figured out synthetic heroin. They don't need the poppies anymore. So yeah, I mean wars have been doing this for a long time. It's not just Americans, but it's other countries as well. And you can insert spices or drugs or human trafficking, sex slaves, whatever, right? They've all been a part of the war experience for humanity. So we're going to get into some of this Knights of the Golden Circle stuff with Longo when he jumps on here. But let me just do a quick check with some of you guys in chat just to see who's here. Just give a few shout outs. Let's see. We got Michael. Happy Sunday. Right back at you. Healing Heart Rosie. Diane Evans. She's here. Christine Mose. Good evening. What will you be serving up tonight? Well, it's not going to just be me, but Dr. Longo is going to get in the kitchen and do some cooking a little bit later. Catherine Rosen. Hi, Catherine. Rabalala is in the house. We got a new moon tomorrow. That's right. We'll take a look at the chart of the moment. Tom Jordan. Thank you, Tom. Don't forget, if you're new, hit subscribe and the notification bell. Like the show if you're into it. Harry Bowie. Hey. We got Amy Gill. We got Sharon Lewis. We got Rand. Rock on. And look at that. Sun Tzu is still in Texas, going back to Cali tomorrow. Well, enjoy your last beautiful night here, Sun Tzu. Hope to see you back again here someday. Valeria Rubin's in the house. There we go. My man, W.C. Ray, getting the flood action down in North Carolina. How many people up in Oklahoma are getting bombarded by some heavy storm action? If you're getting bombarded by some heavy storm action, let me know in the chat and see what's going on out there. Peter Bayou, what's going on, brother? Got your text. Thank you very much. Let's see, my mini-me. I mean, he's pretty tall, man. I wouldn't call him my mini-me, but he definitely is. I call him my astrological son. I got different sons. He's my astrological son. Let's see, Kristen Foos, just checking in from Phoenix. Let's see, Miauri, so interested to hear what you have to say about nights, because I'm connected to that theme with those eras and see them. Yeah, like the night thing. The night theme is really, it's coming back. It's, you know, you got Pete Hegseth, who, you know, thinks he's like a Knights Templar, and so a lot of these themes about knights are going to be coming back. Saturn and Aries is, you know, when I think of Saturn and Aries, we talked about this on Friday's show. You know, I brought up this idea of the myth of Hephaestus, who makes the weapons in the underworld. And one of the things that Hephaestus is really good at is making swords and armor, and those are very much connected to knights. So it's going to be a very, very, you know, and of course, you know, who's the most popular sort of symbol of knights in the world right now? It's Las Vegas and their hockey team. And they are the Golden Knights. And the Las Vegas Golden Knights have been a dominant force in the NHL. They won the Stanley Cup in their inaugural season. Do you know how hard that is to do? When you come into a league and it's your first year, and you're getting guys who are being given up in the expansion draft and whoever else you can get, it's almost impossible. I don't think any team in the history of pro sports has gone from being an expansion team to a champion in its first season. And with the night theme, the Las Vegas Golden Knights, of course, have accomplished that. So there you go, Miauri. We'll maybe we get into a little of that with Longo. Julie Payne, France is now has the refuge, the lack of food, the destruction of Dutch farming, and legislation. French are protesting, lack of fuel, gas. So that's the yellow vest. So the yellow vest back again, because they kicked all that off, about 4 or 5 years ago. Yeah, I mean, look, this thing in Europe, you know, again, for dealing, like if we put Saturn and Neptune together, right? Like, what does Neptune represent? It represents gas. Like Neptune, Pisces, it's all the stuff that's fluid, and then we extract it from the ground, whether it has to be refined or it's just pumped straight through as gas or it's natural gas. That's all Pisces stuff, right? And then what happened, you know, while theoretically Biden was president, of course, the Nord Stream was Nord Stream 1 or 2, I forget which one it was. It got blown up, right? So now Europe isn't getting any gas. Plus, you got the sanctions against Russia. And so what's happening there? Well, Russia has to sell its gas to India, and India sells its gas to Europe. I mean, this is how fucking ridiculous it is. They're getting Russian gas. It just has to pass through Indian hands first. And of course, what happens to the gas? It goes up in price. So yeah, France, Germany, Europe in general, Western Europe in general, you got problems. Maybe a little bit better, you know, if you're in Scotland and England, you've got some of the big oil rigs and oil derricks off the North Coast. That might help you out a little bit. But yeah, Saturn and Aries. That's where, like, you get Saturn and Neptune together. What does Saturn do? Saturn compresses Neptune and makes it more difficult. This is more difficult. So yeah, you can throw the lack of fuel into the mix, and when fuel is either hard to come by or it's expensive, everything else goes up. The price of everything else goes up. So having plentiful energy, which I think is going to be really the big key here, just moving forward, even outside of fossil. Well, I don't like calling them fossil fuels. It has nothing to do with fossils. Anything outside of petroleum is going to be the big ticket item for the next 7 years, because Uranus is in Gemini. It's going to be sextile. It's going to be, trining Pluto, and then sextiling Neptune. So the potential for new forms of energy are there. You know, will the superstructures of the power that were bring them into the mainstream? And if they do, at what cost will mainstream users have to pay for that energy? And I'm not talking about monetary costs. I'm talking about perhaps something even greater than the weight of piece of gold or whatever kind of digital dollar they're using, although that might enter into it as well. What if all of a sudden, all this amazing technology that they have been sitting on forever, and do we know like where it is and who has the patents? Like some of us do, right? But let's be honest, they've got it. They've had this shit for a long time, right? Whether it's reclaimed alien stuff or whether it's the Tesla stuff or whether it's the Tartarian stuff, they've got it. They have it, and they will release it at some point. But the price you have to pay in order to participate in that, well, that's a whole other thing. What if all of a sudden they allowed you to tap into that system? But of course, you had to be verified, whether it was via some kind of biometric or a chip. I mean, that could be another part of it all. Hey, look, you could have all of these amazing things at your disposal. Look at all this amazing shit, right? Like we can hook you up. In fact, we can even teleport you if you want, but you just have to get the chip. How many people do you think would just do that? They go, man, look at all this shit. Look at all this cool shit. All I got to do is get a little chip, I'm in. Because if I don't do this, and I'm going to like, horse and buggy, be like the Amish. I mean, it's a thought, right? Because that stuff's around. It has been, and we know it is. That's going to be the big story. When all three of these titans start to hang out together in that 2 to 3 degree orb, right? This engine of new energy and new possibility and new inventions, it's going to be almost impossible to keep it from emerging. And so you're going to have people that are going to have like the narrative, the control narrative, and even the access control narrative, right? It's coming though. And the best case scenario is that it gets to a point where they can't control it, right? They just can't control it. And then all of a sudden, the rest of us get to tap into what they've been basically powering sort of the black technological world for decades now. We get to connect with it. We get to use it. And I mean, really, if we want to play humanitarian, and what I'm talking about is true and valid and real, think about applying that into some third world country, right? Like how quickly could, with the right direction, right? How quickly could they get up to speed, just in terms of infrastructure, in terms of farming, all that, right? When I say third world, you have to automatically go to Africa. You could go to someplace in South America, right? You could probably go to a country like maybe Bangladesh, which I would call a third world country. So it doesn't automatically have to go to, the Belgian Congo or Djibouti or someplace like that, or Somalia. But nonetheless, if that can be turned loose, what could happen? And then it could be turned loose in countries like this one, or perhaps where you're living, where we already have a head start. Wow. What could we do with something like that? It'd be amazing. Amazing. Free energy. Free energy. Are we going to get there? It's on the table. I believe it's on the table. It's just a matter of who controls it and how it gets out to the public. Remember, Trump is saying that this is the golden age. And I believe he does have some access to that vis-a-vis his uncle, the mysterious connection with Tesla and his scientist uncle. That's a whole other side of the story, right? Anyway, I believe that that's going to be part of the narrative, the energetic narrative. And the energy is going to be huge. It's going to be, especially if they contract and constrict what's going on with petroleum, and the Saturn-Neptune conjunction will be exactly that. Okay, what else do we have for Brandy Herrera from Apple Valley? Weather warfare on the south. I'm going to throw that up there, Christine. There you go. The MSN doesn't show French protests. No, they don't. No, the mainstream doesn't tell you shit, right? They don't tell you shit. They only tell you what they want you to hear. Zerlith Eternal, what's up, Steve? Hari Das 99, he's waking up. He's getting the morning weather. Greetings, peace, and love to you down under. Ramalama, my moon is 25 degrees Aries. My sun is 25 degrees. It's Gemini. It's 25 degrees Gemini, right? Gemini, yeah. So you got that Neptune square to your sun. Yeah, that's rough. But you're a Gemini, so you're an escape artist, and you'll do just fine. Ms. Lulu, what's up? Dead Wolf Resistance. Ms. Behaving too with us. Door to door, you hurt my feelings. I'm sorry, Steve. I'll send you an apology card. Who is that black mayor attacking ICE agents? Black female LA, a disaster. Oh, wait till I take you to the bayou. Oh boy. Jack Strom, what's going on? Jack Strom 3. Julie Payne, my Saturn is at 29 Pisces. Been a long transit with Neptune. Oh man. You signed up for a big piece of the action. Triple stunt. Hang in there. Colonel Sanders from KSC is Canada. We're going to find out all about Harlan Sanders. John Bernasconi in the house. Let's see. Melanie Boston. Women still do not have equal pay. Well, if you use that analogy, then neither do men. Men don't have equal pay either. And I'll tell you why. Because in New Orleans, there are no men doing those positions. It's all women. There are no men. I'm going to show you. So how can the pay be equal when there's no men even doing those positions? And I do think, look, I'm going to call it worse, but I'm going to be probably charged with being a sexist here. But do I think that the women in the WNBA should make as much as their male counterparts? If I'm being absolutely honest, it is a fuck and a no. And I'm sorry, it's because they play an inferior brand of basketball, and outside of Caitlin Clark, the product is barely watchable, and the league is being propped up by the other league, the NBA. And guess who provides the money for the NBA? It's the men. So do I think that the women in the WNBA should make equal pay as men? No, I don't. No matter how much you hear about it, no matter how much Angel Reese and Caitlin Clark, have this ongoing catfight, which is really only in Angel Reese's brain. By the way, astrologically, Angel Reese is a Taurus. Caitlin Clark is an Aquarius. Do the math on that. Those are fixed signs. They don't like each other. I think Angel Reese likes her less. Caitlin Clark is born at 0 degrees Aquarius. She's had Pluto on her sun. Caitlin Clark is transforming women's sports. And as a result of that, those women are getting more money vis-a-vis some of the advertising deals and money that's starting to come into the WNBA. But it's only because of Caitlin Clark. As a whole, the league itself hasn't really demonstrated that they're on a par with the men. However, Caitlin Clark is changing that. She's changing the culture. She's changing the league. And she is unrepentantly Aquarian. She's a very interesting person. So now if there's a woman look, let's use astrology for a minute. Do you think men get paid more in astrology than women do? I don't think so. There are a lot of women astrologers out there who make really, really good money. In fact, there's a student of mine there's students of mine who make more money than I do. And they are women, okay? Now, is that their fault or my fault? And I'm not blaming them. If they can make the money, by all means, make the money, right? Make the money. But it feels to me like this is an area where women and men are pretty much on an equal playing field. And I would say even in some areas, the very highly successful female astrologers pull in a lot of dough for their content, for their readings, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. That's all I have to say about that. Okay. U of A, there you go. Let's see who else. Ojos Azules. Sun Tzu. My son-in-law, reservist before Marine, said, don't go to war for Israel and bankers. He did a 180 to come to that statement. He says, I was right when before I thought it was a bit crazy. There we go. We've won over one of our young men who was going to say, pull me in. I'll go to the meat grinder. It's excellent. It's excellent. I have no problem with men or women defending their home, their territory, which is called the United States of America. I got no problem with that. But we don't have to go someplace else to do it. Let those countries do it. Those days are over. They're over. O-V-E-R, over. At least in my imaginal perception of the future world. Here we go. Amy Gill. Agree. I am daughter of 2 Marines, a higher ranking Vietnam Lieutenant Colonel Communications. There you go. Christine says, no one has paid their worth. That is how the whole thing works. Christine, you bring up I think a brilliant point. Men and women aside. I would totally agree with you there. Slinging out women is a trick. I would agree with you. No argument there. Lana, that's why I love you guys. You guys are you're unafraid of the truth. Like, you're unafraid of the truth, and you are able to have difficult conversations. And you don't know how rare maybe you do, because you can't always have them. Lana Labonte says affirmative action was a setup to show incompetence and not competence, which breeds more divide. Look at that. You guys are fucking based. Let's see. Who else do we have here? Who do we have? Gene Onimus. Where in the stars you could have seen that the Pacers were kicking Nick butt? Okay. That's a really interesting question. And guess what? I have an answer for you. It's their coach, Tom Thibodeau. Now, I don't really pay attention to that series or just kind of basketball in general from an astrological side, only because once the Warriors lost, I started to lose a little bit of interest. However, I had a conversation with a client last week who's a big Knick fan, big Knick fan. And there's some guy called, I don't know, Astro GM or something like that on Twitter. And he was basically saying that the Knicks were going to have a very good series based on the astrology. So I said, well, how does he do that? Right? Like, how does he come up with, his astrological forecast for a basketball team? Now, I have my own sort of like methodology. I think it's easier with basketball because you're only dealing mostly with 5 players and a coach. With football, it's a bit harder because you've got so many players and, anyway, let's talk about the Knicks. So I looked up Tom Thibodeau, the Knicks head coach. And Mr. Thibodeau, let's just bring up his chart here. I'll show you. And I'll show you that I don't have a time, right? Because, well, Mr. Thibodeau has left that alone. But here we go. I'll show you what I'm talking about here. And, it's a kind of a sort of a typical sort of, Aries rising thing, right? Like, they don't know when he's born, so they're just going to use this generic sort of birth time, right? So give me a second. I'm going to have to probably reset this, but right there. And then let me just stop it because it's not working, because we know how this works. So I'm going to stop the share, but I'll show you again. And this is Tom Thibodeau's chart. And I just, this is nothing that I did a lot of heavy lifting on, but I looked at his moon, and his moon is at 0 Capricorn, and his Mercury is conjunct his moon. I'm like, well, what is Neptune dealing with? What is Neptune doing to his chart? Neptune in Aries is in an exact square with his moon. and an exact square with Mercury. So, of course, this doesn't predicate how the team is going to play, but it does predicate in many ways what Tom Thibodeau would do with substitution patterns, dealing with like either managing his instincts, which would be the moon, or managing his sort of logistical reality, which would be Mercury. And Neptune is fogging both. And Tom Thibodeau, I think Tom Thibodeau will lose his job over if they get swept. And I guess I didn't see today's game, but based on the comments in chat, looks like they lost the third game. And they're going to be swept. If that's true, they may get a gentleman's sweep. They may pull off one game. But I think Tom Thibodeau will lose his job. That's what I think is going to happen. And if you know, and the players love him, so there's going to be a bit of I think a hardcore reaction inside of the team. But I think he'll lose his job. And like somebody's going to have to take the fall, right? Like it's a very kind of scapegoaty thing. And maybe this is really more about Tom Thibodeau than the Knicks themselves, right? Because it looks like he's getting like massively set up for this fall. Like he's going to take the blame for whatever happened with the Knicks. And if you don't know anything about Tom Thibodeau's coaching style, he's really, he doesn't play a lot of players, and the players he does play, he will burn them out. He'll play them for, anywhere between 30 to, 35, 36, 36. The NBA game is 48 minutes, right? 12, 12, 12, 12. He'll play some players somewhere between 38 to 40 minutes. In fact, he'll play a lot of those players at that level. You can even see it like in his chart, right? He's got that Saturn-Mars conjunction. And even though it's in Sagittarius, it's still grinding, right? It's that Saturn-Mars grind. And he's a grinder. You look at Tom Thibodeau, like nature did not bless Tom Thibodeau with charisma or looks but what they did bless him with is a very great basketball mind and somebody who is tough and instills that toughness inside of his team. So Tom, I'm sure this is what Thibodeau does. Thibodeau probably gets to the Knicks facility, whether it's the Garden or their practice facility. He's probably there at about 5 a.m., between 5 and 6, right? And when the players eventually matriculate into the complex, there's Thibodeau. Maybe he's on the bicycle. Maybe he's watching tape. He is there. Like, this guy is a grinder. And he will leave when the fucking lights go out. When the last player is done shooting after practice, Tom Thibodeau is the guy that turns the lights out. That's who he is. So when the players see that, they'll buy in, right? They'll buy in because that's how coach is, right? There's not going to be some major disconnect. And he says, oh, I want you to go out there and play 38 to 40 minutes and just leave it all on the floor. And by the way, I'll let the assistant coaches run the practice. And I'll show up every now and then, but you'll really see me on page 6 because I'll be out there with like Bill Belichick and his little sugar baby. That's not who Tom Thibodeau is. So they'll do that for him, right? He's got a lot of interesting conjunctions. He's got the Jupiter-Neptune conjunction, conjunct his true note. And I think Tom Thibodeau can also instill belief in his players. I think he's one of these guys that can really instill belief. Like that, to me, that's like the nature of Scorpio, but he's also obsessive. He's obsessive. That's what Scorpio does. And he's got that sun squares. Tom Thibodeau, I think, is terrified of losing, right? 27 degrees Capricorn. And he's got that wide square to Jupiter and that wide square to he's terrified of losing. He doesn't want to lose. He does not want to lose. And that square is the thing that propels him to be like uber competitive or be the grinder and get to the gym and show these guys what he's able to do. In a lot of ways also Saturn, Mars, Tom Thibodeau's like a father figure. He's got a sun in Capricorn. He's got Saturn, which is the ruler of Capricorn, conjunct Mars. He's like, Tibbs, as they call him. He's like a father figure to a lot of these guys. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens. If they do get swept, or even if it's 5 games, I don't think he comes back. I don't think he comes back. So when you ask me, could I see it? And they had lost the first 2 games. And I sent the video of the session that I did to this young man who's super cool, by the way. And I said, look, man, Tim's got some problems with his chart. He's going to be the scapegoat. He's going to be the fall guy. I don't think this goes well for the Knicks. So I'm actually on record. But that was 2 games ago, and that's when I started paying attention. So there you go. For all you hoops fans out there, bringing some astrology into it. Let's see. Who else we have here? Alison McDowell stuff is compelling too. Let me talk about this. All right. This is, if I haven't earned the title of sexist yet, by the time I'm done with this comment, no doubt there will be people who will say unsubscribed. And I'm sorry, it's just how I'm wired. Okay. Alison McDowell, brilliant person. Absolutely brilliant person. If you don't know Alison McDowell, she talks about the Internet of Things, right? Including the body. She's very advanced in terms of her being able to see what's coming with things like AI and all the dark cyber wet dream. She's seen it, plotted it out, etc. Right? And she started to get the attention of a lot of people. And one guy that she got the attention of was Mark, what's his name? The ex-Satanist. He did the Free Your Mind conferences. You know what I'm talking about. Steve will know. He knows them. And he wanted her. Now, I believe he's from Philadelphia. And Allison is also from Philadelphia. Mark Passio. That's right. So Mark Passio invited her. I think David Icke was going to either be there or he was going to be on video or something. It was sort of like a black pill rodeo, right? And they invited her, and she did this whole post on her blog, which I happened to find and read. And she decided to turn that invitation down because of, like, theoretically what those men represented as men. And I'm like, you got to be fucking kidding me. Okay, first of all, I had people, not that I asked them to, but because they were motivated to see if I could get on Mark Passio's radar and get to one of these Read Your Mind conference. They showed up at one of the, none of them knew each other either. And they all like talked to him. So you got to get this guy, Robert Phoenix, on. I never got a phone call or email or anything, right? Alison McDowell gets an invite. And I'm not saying she's not worthy of the invite. She has great information. But what does she do? She fucking pisses it away because, well, they're men and, Mark Passio shoots guns or whatever fucking message she had. And I'm like, I would have killed to be at Free Your Mind. And you're just going to turn that invitation down because those aren't the right men. And by the way, like, I wouldn't care what fucking program I was on. I wouldn't care if it was, and again, we'll just use the most like literal program that I might have a hard time with, fill in the blank. I wouldn't care if they had me on because I'd get to share my ideas. And maybe somebody in that audience might hear my ideas and go, wow, that's kind of interesting. I never thought of it that way. Like if it was like the most toxic, fill in the blank, anti-truther, and they wanted me to have me on their show, I'd go. I would go. And if they started to like ad hominem me or whatever, I could always say, look, you invited me onto the show. You're either interested in what I had to say, or you wanted to at some point attack and assail me and, try to, make fun of me in the interview. And at this point, I'm tapping out because that's what you're doing. And if you want to have an intellectual discussion, honest intellectual discussion, I'm willing to stay, but I'm going to leave. Right? That's just how it works. But she just said, no, I don't want to do this. Well, your ideas, if they're that important and you have a platform like Free Your Mind and you're saying no because they're not your right kind of men, it's like, well, how important is your message then? Really? Because it was really important, right? If it was really important, you'd face your fear, you'd go there, and you might find, guess what? That they're actually real people, okay dudes, and that your fears, which kept you from going on to the show, are misguided. But then once you got down to that place, you'd have to maybe re-examine all your fears. Maybe a lot of your fears are misguided. But that's where it would start, right? So I went on to her website, and I wrote a comment, something along these lines. And next thing I know, I go back to her website. It was published, a couple hours later, it's gone. Right? It is gone. I'm like, well, why didn't you just respond to my email or my text? So now you're ducking out of this conference because you don't like the dudes. And now you're deleting a comment that I left on your website. Well, we fast forward to Twitter. She's on Twitter. She comes up, somebody mentions her, like literally in a mention that I'm in. And I'm like, oh, I'm on this thread now. So what did I do? I brought it up. And what did she do? She said, you do you and I'll do me. And that was it. And I was blocked. I'm like, okay, all right. So now you decided not to go to the conference because they weren't your kind of guys, even though you could have gotten the truth out. You deleted my comment on your blog, and then you had nothing to say in a reasonable exchange on Twitter, and it just came down to you do you and I'll do me. Gone. Okay, so Alison McDowell, and people have said that she's, kind of changed a little bit, right? She's much more open, and that could be true. That could be really true. And she might have really good information. And she has some good information. But the way that it's delivered and the way that she did not take that invitation, to me, was just utterly ridiculous. It was based on emotion. And so here I go. I'm going to step into territory where it's like, oh, okay. So all these, they're people, but they also happen to be women. And they all have one thing in common. And I'm going to name who they are. Alison McDowell, Celeste Solon, Deborah Tavares, who else? Oh, Whitney Webb, and then this other woman who everybody seems to either love or hate because she was in a program and she's like really out there. And you know what I'm talking about? Okay, all of them. What do they all have in common? They all have one thing in common. They're all incredibly fucking black-pilled, and they're really emotional, right? They're really emotional about the content in a lot of ways. Like, they may not come across as being emotional, but they're pretty emotional. And when you try to talk to them in a, kind of like Whitney Webb, when you try to talk to her in a way where it's like, hey, look, can you just get over like some of this like black pill shit, right? And maybe talk about a thing or two like in the world that might be something that people who get a steady diet of black pill, they might be able to have a little bit of a snack on, right? Like if you're going to plot out how bad the world is and how fucked up it is and how there are all these people who are socially engineering you into complete oblivion, maybe give us something different. What's the solution? Well, I don't have to provide the solution. I'm a journalist. That's what she says. No, you're not quite a journalist. Whitney, you're also an activist, right? And so I may have my issues with Derek Bros, but at least Derek Bros comes up with a solution. He's got a manual, how to bug out and create a new world. And, and he's like not somebody I'd like want to spend a significant amount of time with, but at least he has a solution. None of these other people bring a solution. They don't. They don't. And my feeling is that they, with all of their intellect, a lot of these women are really smart. They're really, really smart. I will give them that credit, right? They're very smart. And some of them can be really good communicators. But at the end of the day, they're all talking about the same thing. And it's doom. It's doom. All of them are doom. They're doom porn. They're doom porn. I'm sorry, but not sorry. And maybe one of them somewhere has something reasonable to say. Like, well, if we do this, like Catherine Austin Fitts at least says, take your money out of these banks. You know, she has a few things that she can kind of serve up, right? Like you can do this, or you can do this, or you can do this. So Catherine Austin Fitts is somebody that I have, a lot of respect for, right? But she doesn't go into, so do the doom porn, but it's like, hey, there's this, and there's things that we can do potentially. So I just find the aforementioned group that I just shared to be doom porners, and they're very good at it. And it's kind of a darkly repressed, emotional cry for help. That's what I see. And so what they don't have theoretically is somebody in their life that says, it's going to be okay. I'll take care of you, or I'll make sure that we get through this. They don't have that. That's my sense. And they may have never had that, right? They may have never had that. So their ability to trust that there's somebody there that has their back, says, look, when the lights go out, if they go out, I'm your ride or die, we'll be here to the end. Maybe they maybe have that. I don't know. But my sense is that they don't. And they feel alone, and they feel like the world is like this massive and dark enterprise, and that there's nobody to come in, help, or save the day. And in some regards, they're kind of right. But I also feel like there are others who are probably watching this, who happen to be female, who might share some similar ideas, or may share some similar points of view as some of the women I've brought up. But I would also say that you are also not throwing in the proverbial towel, that you are doing what you can in the world that you're living in, whether it's with your family, whether it's with your community, whether it's with whatever you're doing, you are not sticking your head in the oven. Okay. And when I read the work of these women, that is the vibe I get. I get the stick the head in the oven vibe. So great information. Just if I were you, I'd read something a little bit uplifting to follow it up. That's just me. Just saying. Okay. All right. Boy, I'm sure I'm scoring lots of points tonight. I want to play this piece from New Orleans, which is going to blow your fucking mind. Just going to blow your mind. Let me just see here real quickly and find it. Yeah, you got to see this. This is going to flip your wig. I'm not going to play the whole thing. I'm just going to play the beginning. Okay, and I'm probably going to spend more time on this on Tuesday when I really do a deep dive on this whole thing. But remember now, right? We're talking Neptune, which is prisons, right? Neptune rules prisons. Aries are men. Saturn is what? Authority, right? And Saturn is at the anaretic degree, and I'm going to show you what that looks like right here. Right here. Get ready. If you haven't seen this, your mind is about to be fucking blown. Here we go.
That eats up the money. We don't have the funding available to have a full maintenance contract to do this. We've explained this on multiple occasions. Just on Monday, we went to the City Planning Commission and we reported this out.
Hold on. Let's just take a quick look at the eyes here. Here we go. Hold on.
41.1 million comes from the city, 13 million comes from the village, and about 10.1 million a quarter is given to us. Right now, our payroll is about 9.6. Our food expenses is 780,000 a quarter. That eats up the money. We don't have the funding available to have a full maintenance contract to do this. We've explained this on multiple occasions. Just on Monday, we went to the city planning commission.
On Monday, look.
We went to the city.
Look at that. Okay, now she may not be wrong, right? There may be like a huge shortfall in the money they have and how they use it to keep men incarcerated. Okay, this is what she's talking about. She is the CEO. She is the CEO. And she's saying, we don't have enough money. Oh, it gets better. Here we go.
Planning commission, and we reported this out. We asked for the money to secure this. So the funding is not available to do what needs to be done.
What does it say? And I mean this respectfully, but you said, and I'm going to quote you here, that you observed those guys running out at 1 o'clock in the morning. What does it say for jailhouse safety and security when you see a jailbreak like that, but you fail to notify anyone, NOPD, the public, anyone?
We didn't say that.
What did you say then?
Yeah. We observed on the video later this morning. We had to pull that
He
video
said you
back.
observed at 1 a.m.
There's a lot of finger pointing going on after a public safety catastrophe that's deeply humiliating for Southeast Louisiana law enforcement, especially in New Orleans. You have the jail CFO blaming the city's budget, saying they need more money. OG City Girl American Trail, who oversees the city, is telling everyone it's okay and encouraging people to continue visiting even while there's a gang of inmates on the loose. Then you've got Mayor Kentrell's appointee, Ann Kilpatrick. She too is getting blamed for failing to alert the public.
Are you noticing a theme here? I'm just saying, are you noticing a theme here? And the reason I'm bringing this up is because there is going to be a major backlash against this kind of leadership that has infested cities around the country. Now, some of you will say that it was intentional. I wouldn't really have a problem with that. I would not really have a problem with that because the correction is going to be an overcorrection, right? This is what's coming with Saturn and Aries. We're going to see the overcorrection of what's happened when these, I'm sorry to use the word, but I'm not, women who've been put in these positions are now being seen as a catastrophic failure. And it could all be a complete setup and a conspiracy. But when you look at the astrology says that this is going to flip, and it is going to flip hard. Let me continue to play this.
In a timely manner. There was a 2 to 3 hour delay, and the sheriff, she's completely dodging accountability for her own jail, blaming everything on her political opponents.
We think this was intentional. There is much more than meets the eye in this investigation. And why did it happen just right now, right? In the middle of, as we're getting ready to start this sheriff's race. This is very suspicious.
Now, here's what she's saying. She said that they staged this jailbreak just to fuck with her reelection. Based on what I'm seeing with this woman, they probably didn't have to go that far in order to get her replaced. Okay? Like, she's blaming her political opponents and helping these guys escape. I'm going to tell you how they escaped in a second. But here we go.
We know that they had help. We're showing you they had help. This was coordinated. There's much more.
Yeah, they had help. They had women inside the jail who were helping them. And I'm going to go on the record and swim in because you'll see that there was a woman who was watching them and she decided to get a bite. And when she got the bite, they all hit the streets. My belief is that these women are probably having a little jail time romance with some of these bros. And yes, they'll help them. Absolutely. Absolutely. Here, let's watch this.
Than meets the eye. When I have enough information, I'll be glad to talk to the community about my issues or what I need, anything I may need to apologize.
My issues. My issues. Oh, okay.
That's a healthy
This is a public safety issue first and foremost.
That woman behind her is freaking out. Like her blood pressure must be through the fucking roof. Like, you see her? She's like sweating. Her eyes are going back and forth.
There's much more than meets the eye. We are digging, and we are not going to stop.
Are you suggesting that your opponents are orchestrating this from behind the scenes?
What is OPSO doing tonight to make sure that this facility is safe and that no one else can escape? Once again, Sheriff.
You can't make this stuff up.
Now watch this, okay? As you see the people exit this room, look at the ratio of women to men. Just watch this.
What I'm telling you, this is a public safety issue first and foremost. There's much more than meets the eye. We are digging, and we are not going to stop.
Are you suggesting that your opponents are orchestrating this from behind the scenes?
What is OPSO doing tonight to make sure that this facility is safe and that no one else can escape?
Dude.
Once
woman,
again, Sheriff.
Dude, woman.
You can't make this stuff up. Take
woman.
a second to make sure you're subscribed to the channel and click the notification bell for all updates. Won't waste any time. Let's go ahead and jump into it.
Woman.
To New Orleans now in a demand.
So you just witnessed like who's part of that whole experience, and I'd say 70% of the people that left that room are women. And so this just keeps going, right? Now check this out. These guys are getting ready. They're doing a jailbreak, and look how they get out.
Deputy was on duty. Only a civilian employee was there at the time.
When she stepped away to grab food, that is when they began their attempts to escape.
3 prison guards have now been suspended. New Orleans City Councilman Oliver Thomas.
And I think the sheriff should lead in making sure that people are prosecuted who were negligent or complicit or in cooperation with the folk who escaped.
The inmates wrote taunting parting messages, including "too easy, LOL."
They were then observed scaling the fence using blankets to avoid being cut by the barbed wire.
Governor Jeff Landry posting on social media, quote, 3 down, 7 to go. Lock them up. State police captured Robert Moody, Kendall Miles, and DeKeenan Dennis, and today used a helicopter to bring them to another Louisiana prison.
Our number one mission, despite anything else.
Oh, here we go. Ann Kirkpatrick, Superintendent, New Orleans Police Department. Now, she strikes fear in the heart of any hardened felon roaming the streets of the Crescent City. I'm telling you that right now. That late at night, Ann Kirkpatrick is haunting them.
Right now is to get these people in custody.
And even though this prison was rebuilt in 2015, the sheriff's office is also pointing blame on the city for failing to pay for what they say were needed fixes to faulty locks. Jerika?
Katie Weiss in New Orleans, thank you.
Listen, y'all, this is some straight.
All right, look at this guy. Now, you know that he was the first dude to get found, right? Like he's look at the neck on this dude. Look at that neck. It's like this motherfucker literally stood out. Okay. You could have given half this neck to this guy and he'd have a normal sized neck. And he would have, please, this is not Photoshop. This is a real neck. This is a fucking real neck. So he's one of the guys that got busted. They brought him in. All right. I just want to show you quickly, like the difference here between like the women, these are all the guys that got popped, right? Some of them. Oh, look what we have here. Hold on. Let's go back.
Per inmate. In the wake of the escape, Governor Landry has asked the Attorney General to investigate how the brazen escape happened from the Orleans Justice Center last Friday and who is responsible. He is also having the state's Department of Corrections do an audit of the Justice Center on compliance for basic jail guidelines.
9. Count how many women are behind him here. Unless he's a cross-dresser, I would say none. And by the way, that is intentional. That is completely intentional, because one of his aides said, Governor, what if we brought Ann? What if we brought Ann in and we just put Ann right over here? And he's like, no Ann. There's no Ann here. And so I'm showing you this picture, and I'm just saying this not because I'm like all gung ho that all these dudes are now going to be in charge of the investigation or in charge moving forward. I'm just showing you this as a contrast, because you just saw the litany of women who have this like on their fingerprints, on their hands, right? This whole thing is on their watch, and it does not look good. And so I'm using this as kind of a symbolic look into American cities and who has been running American cities, how they've been put in charge, and how there is going to be a major backlash coming. And the leadership in American cities moving forward is going to be looking more like this. We're getting ready for Longo here. For better or worse, I'm just telling you, this is the backlash that people are going to be facing. And maybe it's going to be a bit of an overcorrection. And it's not really going to matter what the race is, as long as that they've got, a stick and some balls between their legs. That's going to be the dominant theme with Saturn in Aries. And so when I first started to notice the effect of the outer planets right before they change signs, I noticed this when Saturn was in Libra. And it was the first kind of hint of what was going to happen with Saturn in Scorpio. And the very first kind of news story about Jerry Sandusky was just starting to break. And I'm like, okay, Saturn in Scorpio is going to be all about fucking pedophilia, the underworld, the taboo, and it will have like pretty significant ramifications. And that's true. And that's exactly what happened. We had Jerry Sandusky, who ultimately stood trial for what went on at Penn State, but it wasn't just him. You had Jimmy Savile. You had all of a sudden pedophilia, trafficking, right? And this is all taking place in 2012. Okay, Saturn moves into Scorpio in 2012. So we have the last remnants of Saturn in Libra, but you can just see it, that little thing with Sandusky. And I wrote about it and I talked about it on one of my podcasts. And then for the next 3 years, right, where does that lead? Well, from 2012, you do 3 years, it's 2015. We're starting to begin to talk about Jeffrey Epstein. Pedophilia, trafficking, all the stuff that started to broke on Saturn in Scorpio. And so we can see that with Saturn in Libra. Like it's right there, right before an outer planet changes signs. You can see where it's going. And this is where it's going right here. Right. This event in New Orleans is it's literally a flashing neon sign. And for a lot of people who have seen women as being extremely fallible when it comes to positions of leadership, you'll be happy. You will be happy. And for those of you who don't really agree with what's coming, you will not be happy. And the danger here is, again, what I would call an overcorrection. Not an overcorrection in the sense that we're going to get more men showing up in either, once again, police chief situations, sheriffs, police superintendent, mayors. That is going to happen. The overcorrection are the measures that they will possibly wind up taking. And that is going to be a complete 180 from allowing people to go into a Walgreens, steal $965 worth of material, goods, whatever, and get essentially a parking ticket. That is going to come to an end. And the penalties that are going to be, they're going to try to get these penalties on the books. They're going to be very severe, extremely severe. And it's going to, the world on an urban level is going to look very different 3 years from now with Saturn and Aries. I'm not saying that we're quite at RoboCop, but we're not far away. Or we're not quite at Judge Dredd, but we're not far away. This is the overcorrection. And people will want it. They'll want it. They'll beg for it because they want order. They want law. One of the things that a lot of these guys are, if I had to take a guess, I'd say, what do we got? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 heads there. I'd say 4 out of 6 are Masons. 4 out of 6 are Masons. That's what I would go with. Masons are inside law enforcement community and first responder community, not just with police, but fire chiefs and firemen, etc. All right, we got our guy, Mr. Longo, Dr. Longo. He's hopping on right now. We can bring him on here. I'm going to add him to the stage. And we got 350 people hanging out. Thanks for being here. And let me see if we can unmute him. You're unmuted. Okay, well, he's going to unmute himself at some point. All right. One other thing that I wanted to bring up, and I don't know if we'll have time enough to talk about it tonight, but if you saw Friday's show, I really got into this whole thing with Alex Fine, his mother, Cassie, and Diddy. And I talked about Orpheus and Eurydice and the underworld and the movie Black Orpheus. And I talked about like the Venus Pluto square, the moon Pluto square, and this idea of like women who are either like Persephone or Eurydice and who are trapped in the underworld, right? And somebody on Friday's show did a quick look at Alex Fine's. Now, we don't have a birth time for, but we know when he was born. He was born March 12th, 1993 in Cincinnati, Ohio. And I brought up Orpheus, right? Well, let me just show you this because one of Chattaria, one of our Chattarians brought this up in chat, and then I just went one level further with it. So check this out. Alex Fine has the asteroid Orpheus transiting Orpheus is conjuncting his sun. And this is what we were talking about in his, his like sort of dive into the underworld to rescue Eurydice, who is being played by Cassie. However, look at his chart. He has a freaking Pluto moon conjunction, scorpionic, right? It is these women that are trapped in the underworld. And his mother, if you followed the show was on Friday, I talked about, what we did over on Rumble with Pam Fine, Alex's mother, who was the person who was the counselor theoretically for Ethan Crumley, who went postal at Oxford High in Oxford, Michigan. Like she was like sort of the lead counselor there. And these 4 kids got killed, about half a dozen more got wounded. That's Pam Fine. That's his mother. We got the Pluto moon conjunction here, squaring Saturn and squaring Chiron. And it's almost like he feels like he has to play this hero, right? With Chiron and Leo. We talked about nights. So he feels like, I got to go into the underworld and I'm going to go save Cassie, right? And it's like, really, dude, who are you really trying to save? You know, let's. And I said on the Friday show, I said, you know, I think Alex Fine has mother issues, big mother. Look at that, Pluto Moon conjunction, right there. And we got all kinds of odds going on. We got Venus yachting off right there against against the Moon, right? Square Chiron, Pluto Moon Saturn square right there, fixed T square. We got a cardinal T square here. Like, this is a really crazy fucking chart. Crazy chart. And I just wanted to bring it up because we were talking about the underworld. And this Pluto Moon conjunction and square Saturn, square Chiron. We could have a whole show just about that. We'll do that next week. All right, let's see if Longo's here. Here he is. What's going on, my man?
Just hanging, just chilling. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
How are you doing?
I'm on fire tonight.
Shall
I don't know what it is, man. But yeah, this whole thing with Diddy and Cassie, it started with Alex Fine's mom, and you can't find anything really about her. It's like, you know, they've done a great job of scrubbing the details, but once you go down that rabbit hole and you see the lives, I'm just going to come out and say it, the lives that she's ruined. It's like, you know, it's very, very intense. And I kind of get fired up about it. Right. So you probably aren't aware of it, but she wound up taking this guy, Joe Lumpkin, to court. They were lovers briefly, and accusing him of all of this abuse. Remember, this is Alex Fine's mother, the guy who's with Cassie, who's, you know, part and parcel of the whole Diddy trial, right? And she's basically doing the same thing that Cassie's doing to Diddy, but with a different dude. And and I went down that legal rap. I went down there, man. I looked at the case. She had nothing. She had nothing against this guy. Eventually, he has to plead to a misdemeanor, even though there were like 3 felony charges and 2 or 3 misdemeanor charges, because somebody has to take the fall, right? He's out of college. He's like the linebackers coach at Colorado University. They have a recent history of dudes acting out on campus. So somebody's got to take the fall. Pleads to a misdemeanor. It's no jail time. That was in 2015. I spoke to him last week. I called the guy up because I wanted to know, hey man, like, what's going on with your life? I actually want to have him on my show. And he's a really super nice guy. And you know what he said to me? He said, yeah, man, I'm really good. I'm a physical trainer. Guess who else is a physical trainer? Alex Fine, Cassie's husband, right? Mm-hmm. So they're both physical trainers. And he says, and at night I'm a security guard at a casino in Las Vegas. Not Vegas, Atlantic City. He says, but I'm not doing what I really love to do. I says, that coach? He says, yeah, he hasn't been able to coach football in 10 years. And it's because he basically had to bite hard on, for what's all intents and purposes, like a major kind of Me Too case, right? So the guy's just been, he's had his career and his livelihood snatched from him because Alex Fine's mother created a whole story about what had happened to them together. But then it gets even worse because she winds up going to Michigan, where she is a counselor at Oxford High. There's a shooting there with a young man by the name of Ethan Crumley. Ethan killed 4 kids, half a dozen injured. Pam is kind of the lead person who's supposed to be dealing with disturbed students, and it slips right through her fingers. Right, completely slips through her fingers. And they had known that he had been problematic since October. It's November 21st, I believe, 2021. He goes post, right? And she's the person who's supposed to be the one that's dealing, like, that's her like calling in life, right? Oh, I'm the anti-bully expert, you know, I'm the community corrections and resetting counselor, whatever the fuck her title is. And she doesn't do her job. So now you've got 4 kids dead, half a dozen wounded. This guy who is, can no longer coach because of this, what I call bullshit trial. and she still has a job at this college, at this high school in Michigan. And meanwhile, her son comes riding on a horse to save Cassie from Diddy. Like the whole thing is so fucking weird, right?
Can I jump in here?
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Who is Alex Fine? I've never heard that name.
Alex Fine is Cassie's husband. Okay.
Who is Cassie? I know it's Diddy's ex, but
so Cassie was with Diddy for about 11 years. And he met her through this producer, this guy named Ryan Leslie. He was kind of a club girl in New York. She looked hot. She had some training in ballet and dance and vocals. She's hanging out in the club. This guy, Ryan Leslie, meets her. They start working on this record. He takes her to go see Diddy. The word on the street is that I think they go to Long Island where Diddy has a house. Ryan Leslie goes to the bathroom and Diddy and Cassie are gone, right? Like Diddy takes her in his helicopter and then the next day she's with Diddy. So Ryan Leslie and Diddy kind of make a deal. It's kind of like, hey, we can work together. I'm not really that into her. So they make a record for her, right? And then it does fairly well. Like sells 300,000 copies. She's got a contract with Wilhelmina Models, which is kind of weird because there's a history of Wilhelmina where there was this one model that was hired by Wilhelmina to fuck Bill Cosby over. I mean, literally, she's on record saying that Wilhelmina wanted to pay her $15,000 to get Bill Cosby to do something. Right. So it's the same modeling agency. And I'm not saying that's what Cassie did, but it's the same modeling agency. So then Diddy starts working with all these different producers and, you know, like Pharrell and, you know, Ye and Swiss Beats or whoever, right? Creates like 50 tracks. There's a new record. Yeah, it's okay. She gets a little time on a movie, Step to the Streets 2. But she's with Diddy. Like she is Diddy's like ride or die girl, right? Dude, I spent a whole week going down this and putting together 3 shows that completely tear this thing apart. And so she's with him now for 11 years, and she is in the freak off scene in a really big way, right? A lot of people want to paint her as a victim, and I think some of it can be related to things like abuse and, you know, like mind control and trauma. Like I'm not saying there is any of that there, right? But Cassie flew first class on Diddy's plane, right? Diddy would take her to Italy where she would just get shit from Balenciaga, like off the, right? Like she's living this life, right? She has a life. And so what happens is that eventually Diddy hires this trainer, Alex Leslie, who's also working with Jennifer Aniston, The Rock, right? Alex Fine. I was getting mixed up with this Ryan Leslie guy. So he's working with Alex Fine, and then he sends Cassie to work with Alex. So Alex becomes like enthralled with her. I guess he's in love with her. I don't know what's going on. I don't know if he's the new handler, but now he's like in her world. And there's this, you know, these texts that came out like over the trial. TMZ basically posted them. Mm-hmm. And she said to Diddy, these are texts, you know, she's involved with this guy, Alex Fine. Right. And she says, I'm lost without you. Like those are her texts. And then she even says, oh, I wish I could go right back to the very first freak off with you. So like the texts are kind of damning in a lot of ways, because it sounds to me like she's actually, you know, was a kind of a conscious and able participant. Right. And she's not really good for the case in general. So Alex Fine, she marries him. Right. She marries him. She has 2 kids. She's got a 3rd in her belly right now. She's on the stand. And there are people in the hip hop community who believe that Alex Fine is the guy that is the mastermind behind Cassie because they want money. So what do? Cassie sues Diddy. Like civil court, takes 1 day for him to settle. She gets $20 million. Then they sue the hotel that the video was in where he's pulling around like a cave girl. They get $10 million out of that, right? So that's $30 million. You take taxes, you take legal fees off. They're probably walking about $22 million. That's what I think. And what I did is I made an analogy to Alex Fine and Cassie, where Alex is Orpheus. You know the story of Orpheus and Eurydice?
A little bit.
Okay, so Orpheus is he's a minstrel, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Eurydice is his love, and she gets snatched by Hades and goes to the underworld. And it's the story of Orpheus's descent into the underworld to free Eurydice. And so Hades makes a deal with him and says, you can have her back, but as you leave and ascend from the underworld, you cannot look back, right? You can't look back. And so what happens is that Hades pretends to have Eurydice's voice. And just as Orpheus is about to leave the underworld with Eurydice behind him, he looks back. And there she is. And Hades is right behind her and he snatches her up. So the story is really about the days Orpheus has left on the earth, where he's like the original blues man. And he's traveling the earth and he's singing these songs of lament for his lost Eurydice. There was a movie from the 60s called Black Orpheus, which is a retelling of that over carnival and samba music. And so I likened Alex Fine to Orpheus in some ways, because he went there to bring her out of the underworld. But by getting involved in these suits, they're looking back, right? They're looking back at her life. They're looking back on the tragedy. They're looking back on the trauma. And so in a lot of ways, he's doing the same thing that Orpheus did. And if it was a retelling of the tale, but Alex did it in a different way, he wouldn't have named, they wouldn't have got involved on the civil side. There'd be no suits, because she would have had to have been dragged into the public and have all these things. When you get into like what she did in the freak offs, dude, it's horrible. Like, it's bad. Dudes like, just pissing in her mouth all the time. And seriously, I mean, she was a guzzler, right? So if you're a husband, I want your opinion on this. That's your wife, okay? Let's say that's your wife. And I know it wouldn't be, but let's say that's your wife. Would you, by suing Diddy and getting some money and getting some of this other stuff, would you allow your wife, who's now pregnant with the mother of your child and already 2 kids, retell those tales in front of the public?
I mean, if she's electing to, or is she subpoenaed, or she asked? She
was subpoenaed, but I don't think she goes there unless the suits come out, right? The suits are what the government now sees as a key witness, because she was with them for 11 years, right? So that's where I was coming from. And so there's an asteroid called Orpheus, which is transiting right now on top of Alex Fine's sun in Pisces. Yeah, right. Somebody pointed that out in chat, and then I pulled up Alex's chart. He's got this Moon-Pluto conjunction in Scorpio, which is all underworld shit, right? And even his mother, the Moon-Pluto thing, and her being involved at this high school and the death of these students, like, it's really dark. Like, there's a whole dark backstory. So what is Alex Fine really doing? Is he really saving Cassie, or is he working out his mother issues in a very public and controversial way? That's my question. Yeah. There you go.
Every time I hear Alex Fine, I think of Alex Stein.
Yeah, what happened to him?
I don't know.
Have you seen what Alex Fine looks like? Do you know what he looks like?
No.
Let me just bring him up here. I would love your take. All right. So this guy does everything, by the way. Everything. He's a musician. He's a bull rider. He's a master martial artist. There's nothing Alex Fine doesn't do. And now he is the knight in golden armor. Right. So that's Alex. That's Cassie. There's their little family. They got one more coming. Right. He's been in a couple TV shows.
Right.
There they are there. Right. There he is. He's got this thing called the Compton Cowboys, where he takes kids out and takes them on horse rides. Right. So this is the Alex Fine Cassie story. There's your guy right there. Right. And then Diddy passes Cassie off to Alex so he can train her. So there you go. Now you got a face to match everything.
Nice.
Yeah. All right. So he's trying to be a knight, theoretically, and people are looking at him like, oh, look, he saved her.
He's a white knight.
He's a white knight. And maybe that's a good segue to start talking about the Knights of the Golden Circle. What do you think?
Hell yeah. Always down.
All right. So, by the way, if you're new to the show, which I doubt you are, this is our good friend Dr. Longo down there in Florida, who's been on the show a number of times. I've been on his show, does great work looking at the hidden history of Florida and just about anything else that piques his curiosity.
Mm-hmm. Good to be back, Robert. It's good to see you again. Been tuning in recently. Your shows have been great.
I was wondering, is he going to wear gold or yellow tonight? And I got it right.
For Sunday?
That's right.
Yeah, I like your Sunday shirt.
This is my Sunday shirt too.
Stellar.
So one of the things that I've been talking about is this egregore of the Civil War, right? Neptune is in Aries now. The Civil War basically starts with Neptune and Aries. And there's like this really weird kind of like Civil War zeitgeist that's kind of going around. And sort of the latest version of this are the South Africans, right, who are being theoretically liberated and coming from the south to the north, you know, and basically having their farms burned down, which is similar to some of the stories that happened in the Civil War, you know, with the Union and the Confederate Army. Again, you know, if we go down and believe that story. So this whole idea of the egregore of the Civil War, like, it's kind of floating around now, right? You got the Carmelo Anthony thing in Frisco, Texas, and there seems to be some degree of racial tension that's associated with that, right? So I thought, let's get you on here because some of the stuff you talk about is related to that period, epic era, clearly the geographic area of the South. And I thought it would be a great time to sort of explore this with you.
Hell yeah. I'm ready to dive in. What part of it do you want to start off on?
Dude, you can start at the beginning, you can start in the middle, wherever you want to go that you think is relevant.
Totes. On my end, I named it Who Were the Knights of the Golden Circle? So I think kind of a lot of times when I'm talking about them, I skip over that because it's easy to forget how neglected this history is, especially in American classrooms. The Knights of the Golden Circle were essentially the Confederate Freemasons. So leading up to the Civil War, there was a group of secret societies in the South who had members all over the United States, you know, just like the Masons. But in the times leading up to the Civil War, there was a lot of tension in the South. There was disagreements, and many of the Masons in the South kind of sensing that there was something to come, you know, this great change was coming, perhaps even part of the plan, you know, one of their plans. The Freemasons in the South decided to kind of rebrand themselves as the Knights of the Golden Circle. Now that's when the big change happened, when most of the Freemasons in the South ended up joining the Knights of the Golden Circle. There had already been a secret society in the South that didn't have as great of a membership, didn't have as much of a, you know, crossover between the Freemasons to the Knights of the Golden Circle. They were known as the Order of the Lone Star. So they were kind of the predecessors to the Knights of the Golden Circle. And the Lone Star in the Order of the Lone Star, the OLS, and let's call the Knights of the Golden Circle the KGC, right? Just to abbreviate. The OLS, that Lone Star, that's the same Lone Star that your state takes its motto or, kind of
right
slogan from.
So it's not my state, but it's the state that I live. But yeah, you're right. Yeah.
And well, you're a proud Texan, aren't you?
Well, I'm a Texan. Let's put it that way. For now, I live here and I appreciate the people here. Let's put it that way.
Yes.
Yeah.
And well, you're an honorary Floridian at the end of the day, and the Knights of the Golden Circle, kind of,
I have a crossable membership going here.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Because the Knights of the Golden Circle, this story, fascinating story, very, very hidden history. This tells the story of how it was Floridians who went and created, or at least kind of carved out Texas as we know it today, who went over and did the first big rescue mission before Texas gained its independence.
Interesting.
From Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
This was Floridians. So we'll kind of start off with the Order of the Lone Star. Kind of around the 1810s or so, there was trouble brewing in Texas. On the frontier, right? A frontier of sorts. There was a lot of English and German speakers. Not as many Germans as would come later, but there was Anglo settlers, right? Anglo-Saxon settlers in Texas. What we know as Texas today. Then it was still Mexico. And a lot of these kind of white or English-speaking settlers, they were running into trouble. Maybe they were causing some trouble. I imagine they might have been, but they were running into a lot of trouble. They were getting persecuted, according to them. And it was ugly, right? There was conflicts with Native Americans, and then the Mexican groups were kind of warring with each other, and there was big disputes in Mexico. So they would think they'd be safe for a time. There'd be a leadership change. Then they would be kind of chased out.
So this is all pre-1850, right?
Yeah, this is like 1810 or
Right.
1800, 18 teens.
Right. Yeah.
So trouble's brewing in Texas, and they kind of put out a call for aid. Hey, Americans, can you guys help us? Now, at this point, there was a lot of English speakers in the panhandle of Florida, like from Gainesville over to Pensacola. There was a fair amount of English speaking militiamen. And I think they were called the Florida Rifles. But basically, they heard of these Texans who needed help. They stitched together a flag. One of their wives stitched together a flag for the men so that they could kind of come together and, have their own banner, right? That was a big step, in kind of having a militia back then. It meant a lot, especially in occult circles, which insignia you're going to choose tells a lot about the inspiration behind the movement and so on and so on. Well, what did they choose? The mainstream story goes that out of simplicity, out of necessity, they didn't have much. They made a lone star. One of the wives of the men patched together a lone star flag for them. So according to the history books, that's the inspiration, that's the origin, and look no further, right? You and I know the lone star means a heck of a lot more than that. There's a couple lone stars they could be referring to, but the occult symbolism and the esoteric associations are endless, right? I've got my whole spiel on it, but she makes a lone star. We'll reveal who it probably is later on, but she makes a lone star flag. These Florida riflemen band together under this flag. They go all the way over to modern day Texas, And along the way, they go through, close to New Orleans, right? The eastern side of Louisiana, or the southern part of Louisiana. They have to cross over to Texas.
Yep.
And at one point, that was all known as La Florida. Later on, that would be known as the Republic of West Florida. The Republic of West Florida. West Florida used to be split in half when the English owned it. East and West Florida, vertically split in half down the peninsula. So the western half, that was West Florida, but then the borders changed again. And then the Republic of West Florida was this portion between the panhandle of Florida all the way to the Mississippi River.
Wow.
So that, to this day, that area of Louisiana is known as the Florida parishes. So that extends all the way over to New Orleans, right to the Mississippi River. The River Isis, right? One of the rivers,
right.
Isis.
Right, yeah.
So they keep heading west. They make it to Texas. They fight off some Mexicans. They save the day. And the English speakers get more of a foothold in Texas. Boom, mission success. The Lone Star flag becomes a symbol to rally behind for frontiersmen and militiamen all across the Southeast United States. And I include Texas in the Southeast United States. The Gulf Coast, that's the Southeast United States to me. So the Gulf Coast of Texas, we can throw that in there too.
I'd agree with you. If you go down to Houston, it is not like the rest of Texas. It is definitely the South. And yeah, I totally agree. The people are different. The customs are different, right? Even the language is a lot more Southern than, say, if you go to a place like Dallas or Abilene. There's very, very different. So yeah, you're totally on the money with that.
Thank you. Now, the militiamen, the Florida Rifles who went and did that mission, they become kind of famous folk heroes in the South. And so this movement, even though it's not well known today, and I'm by no means an expert on it, I only kind of bumped into this history while looking into other stuff. The Lone Star flag would then go on to be known as the Bonnie Blue flag. Bonnie Blue flag. Now, Robert Phoenix, you want to talk about, planets returning to their positions that they were in the Civil War, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kind of, hear me out on this one. Who just got on the scene and is quite literally banging half of America?
Well, I was going to say Bonnie Blue, the porn star.
Bonnie Blue is touring the Southeast United States. She's bouncing back and forth across the Atlantic. Bonnie Blue.
Yeah.
Where did she come up with that name?
Yeah.
Is that a psyop or what? If I was the owner of Pornhub, right, or if I was one of the guys calling those shots, name her this, name her that, right?
Right.
And if I were kind of trying to stir the pot for a civil war, right, and I'm injecting this little Jezebel demon into America to, create chaos.
Right. A foreign agent.
I would name her Bonnie Blue to kind of throw people off the trail too. And another way of looking at this is Disney Frozen. When they make Disney Frozen, the movie, or Disney on Ice, right? Why is Disney on Ice for decades and decades? Disney Frozen, Disney on Ice, they create these because it's empty content. It's empty garbage made so when you search Walt Disney Frozen, body preserved, you get a bunch of junk and fairy tale garbage instead.
Right.
So I think that's part of the Bonnie Blue agenda here. Now, I know it's hilarious, and I know it's a little bit of a stretch, but
no, I don't think so. I mean, because look, when I just put these images up here.
Yeah.
Right. So you have, this is the flag you're referring to.
Yep.
And right next to the flag is this Jezebel, which is, I think, an appropriate term for her. And even when you get down here, right, American Battlefield Trust, Bonnie Blue flag. And so you have these images commingled with this woman who has risen on the scene. Like, I slept with 400 virgins.
Yep. It's the same thing when you search Disney Frozen.
Yep.
The first 100 results are going to be about the stupid movie that they make you watch at the dentist. I haven't been to a dentist in, I don't know, like 11 years, but from what I've heard. So that's the Bonnie Blue flag is the Lone Star flag. That's one of the renditions of the Lone Star flag. So you have kind of this motif of the Lone Star getting passed around Southeast United States. You also have the philosophy of the Lone Star sprouting up in the Southeast United States. This is largely, Albert Pike fueled Southern Freemasonry, a unique brand of especially interested in world wars.
Yep.
That's kind of the prophecies Pike was laying out. I've read Morals and Dogma. He speaks about Lucifer. He speaks about the star of the morning or the evening star. Lucifer, I'm going to go out and give my opinion here. The lone star that they are referring to is not the North Pole star.
Right.
That is the case for other lone star cults and lone star, motifs. This lone star, the 5-pointed lone star, always 5-pointed, that's Venus. It is Lucifer. It is the star of Lucifer being revered by liberty-obsessed Southern Freemasons. Liberty is the spirit of Lucifer, right? That's why everything's freedom, liberty, this. You can get drunk on that. That's Lucifer's spirit, is the unbridled liberty,
Right. Yeah.
And so that was kind of the essence of the Confederate Freemasonry. Now, I'm not a Freemason. I don't know everything about this stuff. I've been learning more just this past week. I've tapped into this interesting discussion about Jesuits versus the Knights Templar, and about the Knights Templar claiming North America and the Jesuits claiming South America, and that the Knights of the Golden Circle was largely how this rivalry came to a boiling point. So I'm only just tapping into that vein, but I know a fair amount about the fast food and the KKK legacy and all that. But just going off the flag, the Lone Star flag, that is the same Lone Star that you see in the flags of Cuba, Puerto Rico, the various flags that these nations have had right up until this day. They still have KGC flags. They still have OLS flags. So Texas, you have the Lone Star. That comes right out of, that's them, their way of saying thank you to the Florida Lone Star militiamen who came and saved the day that one time. But the Lone Star, you see it adopted in South Carolina, right? They say South Carolina, were they the first to secede or last to join back? Which one is it? I forget. But as far as secession,
I believe South Carolina was the first to secede because that's where they had Fort Sumter, right? So I think they're the first state to secede because that's where the first battle is. If I'm not mistaken, that's what I believe.
South Carolina first to secede, we're right. So because just keep that story in mind about the Florida Rifles going to Texas, because that kind of event would be like mythologized. into the spirit of the Confederacy and the urge to expand southward versus fighting the North. So I'll lay it out here. The Order of the Lone Star and the Knights of the Golden Circle, their secret agenda, which was pretty much what the whole group was centered around, was the will, the urge, the plan, the prophecy for the South to take over Central America, right? Mesoamerica, Central America, the Caribbean, and South America. So if you look at the North versus the South in the Civil War, before the war broke out, the leadership in the South, the Freemasonic, recent converts to the Order of the Lone Star, then they switched over to the KGC. The Knights of the Golden Circle, they wanted everyone to just go south instead of a war breaking out with the North. They said, okay, the North wants to do their thing. They want to ban slavery. The South, we don't want to comply. Well, they're just going to do their thing, and we're just going to do our thing. And we're actually going to expand southward, because why not? And they had the support of many leaders in Mexico, Central America, and South America, and the Caribbean. That's why, to this day, the KGC money, which built some of these nations, is still in control, as evidenced by their flags. Just like Cuba. The revolutions that have happened in Cuba never uprooted the KGC influence. That's still there to this day. Okay. That's in their flag. Yeah, all the Lone Star flags.
So here we go.
Yeah.
Brazil, lots of flags. So it's almost like the ecliptic or something, isn't it? Right there. Cameroon, Chile.
Yep, that's a KGC flag. That's a direct.
Yeah, right there.
Direct.
China.
Well,
there's Cuba for you right there. There's your Cuban flag. Ethiopia's flag, man, it's always tripped me out. Like, that's just not some ordinary star. That star is doing something, right?
Yeah.
Like look at that thing. Ghana. Oh, look. It's not interesting. Malaysia. That's kind of an abstract star, but I get it.
Well, if you really want to
Morocco,
go, if you really want to go ham with it, you say, well, during the Spanish American Wars, American Marines went all the way out into the Pacific.
It's true.
American ships went out all the way into the Pacific. And we had a lot of influence way out there as far as the Philippines, The Knights of the Golden Circle, they wanted to expand southward. They wanted to make a slave empire, right? Just like they were thinking of Rome and Greece, and they were thinking, oh, we're being so held back. The North is holding us back. We can become a great empire.
So Longo, what kind of numbers are we talking about here as a group? Small, like 50, 100, 500? What to your knowledge, like how many people do you think are running this show?
The majority of military leadership and political leadership in the South.
Okay.
Now, just to demonstrate the influence and the prevalence of the OLS was small. They were very small, and then they switched over to the KGC. The KGC exploded in size, especially as we got closer to the Civil War. Anyone who was a Freemason in the South really wanted to distance themselves from the Freemasons in the North. The lodges were just, to be sharing lodges with Northerners was just a big problem. They cut it off. They sealed it off. If you're in the South, you go to the Knights of the Golden Circle now. Not entirely, Again, I'm not an expert on this, but I know that the president before Lincoln is that.
Is it Rutherford B. Hayes? I think that is.
No, it's either. Buchanan. Okay.
Buchanan.
I thought it was Buchanan. I just had to check. Buchanan, the entire Buchanan administration, his entire cabinet, with the exception of Buchanan, his entire cabinet were members of the Knights of the Golden Circle.
Really?
So the entire presidential cabinet that preceded Abraham Lincoln. Now, why is that relevant? I think it's very relevant, but especially because Abraham Lincoln, when he ended up being assassinated, all of the conspirators. Now you can question the narrative and say, oh, that it was fake, that never happened, whatever. The names that are listed as the conspirators, those people, they were all of them, members of the Knights of the Golden Circle. So John Wilkes Booth was a confirmed member of the Knights of the Golden Circle. This was huge. It was big, big, big. Over 100,000 members. I've heard 250,000 members, at its peak. But paying members, registered members, you'd have to go look at the... there's experts who'd be able to tell you that. This guy, I think James Keenan.
Yeah.
He wrote a good book on the Knights of the Golden. No, not James Keenan. One sec.
So Buchanan was a Mason.
David Keene wrote the book on Knights of the Golden Circle. One of the books. Pretty good.
Buchanan was a Mason.
Was he? I mean, there's a good chance he was in the Knights of the Golden Circle.
He said it says here. This is just from Google. I just looked it up.
Mm-hmm.
He was the James Buchanan. I'll just throw this up here so people can see it. So James Buchanan, the 15th U.S. president, was indeed a Freemason. He was initiated into Lancaster Lodge number 43 in Pennsylvania in 1816. He later served as the lodge's worshipful master and as a direct deputy grand master for the Grand Lodge of Pennsylvania. So he's the head dude of the entire state.
Mm-hmm.
Buchanan's Masonic journey continued throughout his life, reflecting the importance of Freemasonry in his personal and public life. So these are the details. He was initiated into the Lancaster Lodge number 43 in 1816. That's where he served as worshipful master. Recognition, his commitment to the craft was recognized by the Grand Lodge of Illinois, who appointed him Grand Orator in 1895.
Yes.
Yeah.
So nearly all of the Texas Rangers, so the first Texas Rangers, were also Knights of the Golden Circle.
Well, let me just give you a little boots on the ground kind of affirmation of that. So in Fredericksburg, they have a memorial, a park. It's also kind of like an open space with a covering where you can have like events and meet. That's all Texas Ranger stuff, right? And they've got like, it's kind of like a monument to the Texas Rangers. And like when they have an event there or something that's going on, it is filled with Freemasonic stuff, right? It's like Texas Rangers, Freemasonic patches. Like you can buy all this shit, right? So to your point, like not only was it happening then, well, guess what? It's still happening now. And there's something really weird that happened with this land. So Fredericksburg is one of the few places in the United States where there was a treaty between the person who was running the place, who was a German. The Germans came here in 1850, and this Apache Indian chief. Like, so they had an agreement, a deal that they could always come to Fredericksburg and do their powwows and their rituals. They were welcome. It wasn't like they were kicked off the land or anything, right? Like they actually had like a peaceful meeting of the minds. And so they had this land that is not that far from where the current Texas Rangers, like pavilion, I guess is what you call it, right? It's not that far from the Texas Rangers pavilion. And so,
right,
you know, and I've never seen them go there and do powwow or anything, but the Texas Rangers, like just like the last couple of years, like took their land. like they like, you know, fuck the agreement. You know, we need to use this land, and they're never here, and they're not doing their powwow. So we're just gonna take it. And that's exactly what happened. And again, I'm not real close to these people. I just went to go see, I don't know, Chip Roy was there one time talking. I went to go see him, and they had a film crew there from HBO. And but I met this guy who was there with the Rangers, and he told me, he didn't tell me about the land thing, but he showed me all the memorabilia that is linked with the Texas Rangers and the Freemasons.
It's interesting you bring up the Native Americans, because the Knights of the Golden Circle had a huge membership of Native Americans. Huge membership. Why is that? You know, what's the background on that? Well, who's ever heard of the 5 civilized tribes? 4 C's and then an S. Easy way to remember it. The Cherokee.
So you got Seminoles in there, right?
Yep. Cherokee, Choctaw, Creek, Chickasaw, and Seminole.
Right.
So 4 C's and an S. I think I got that right. They are the 5 civilized tribes. What made them civilized? Well, number 1, they were very industrious. Everything the white man did, they were able to pick up pretty quick. They fought with guns. They rode horses. They kept cattle. You name it. You know,
Cherokee had their own written language. Language.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. And those 5 groups, they have their own kind of initiatory rituals, societies, you know, inner sanctum, you know, places that not everyone was allowed, where only the initiated men would, you know, and they'd have ritual names and things like that, and angelic revelation and all that. So they had pretty much their own type of Freemasonry, you could say, you know. And
so let me ask you a question. Did they have their own Freemasonry separate from the Knights of the Golden Circle, or did they? Yeah. They did. So that's fascinating.
The Mormons have all the gravy on that. The Mormons are the only people interested in that, who have really pulled at that thread as much as they can. Because the Mormons, the Mormons go as far as, you know, the Mormons incorporate a lot of Freemasonry into their religion.
That's what happened. Joseph Smith got busted for that.
That's what got them kind of in trouble.
That's right.
And, you know, the Mormons kind of acted out a lot of the Knights of the Golden Circle's dreams, you know. The way they went out westward and claimed land for themselves and all that. But the Knights of the Golden Circle, their job... Fuck, what was I just talking about? There was something else I wanted to... You were talking
about Freemasons, Knights of the Golden Circle, and the 5
the Native
tribes.
Five tribes, yeah. Thank you. The Native Americans. Those 5 groups, they ended up, most of them, nearly all of them, sided with the Confederacy. So what else made them civilized? I forgot to include. They were very often taller than the Europeans, you know? So a lot of the other tribes were smaller. These were tall guys. Some of them had facial hair. Some of them, you know, had genetics that didn't seem like your average Native American. Well, they also kept slaves, the 5 civilized tribes. That's what made them civilized, keeping slaves. You know, that was like the most deciding factor, right? That was like the biggest criteria. And because they kept slaves, they were very much aligned with the Confederate leadership. And guess who? You can look this up. We can verify this. Guess who went out and personally persuaded the representatives from the 5 civilized tribes to officially join in with the Confederacy? Albert
Pike. I was going to say Pike.
Yeah,
It's got to be
sorry.
Pike. Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay.
Albert Pike.
Yeah.
Good. Yes. Albert Pike met with the Native Americans and convinced them to join the Confederacy.
Do you know that? Do you know that? What during the whole George Floyd thing, and they were tearing down statues. They tore down Pike's statue. You know that, right?
Yep.
And then guess what? They got put back up.
Yeah, and what's interesting is apparently towards the end of the war, maybe because he saw the writing on the wall, maybe who knows? But he actually had a change of allegiance at the end of the war. And apparently he rescued a fair amount of slaves. And he's actually regarded as a hero by some on that right alone. So
have you been able to verify that Pike spoke like 5 or 6 languages fluently? Have you heard that?
Hang on, I'm double checking one of the other things we were talking about. That he could speak 5 or 6 languages
fluently.
I don't know. I don't
know. That's the word on the street. Is that he could speak 5 or 6 languages fluently, and apparently he had like a towering intellect. Like he was beyond smart. This guy was like, he was like genius level in terms of his intellect. I know maybe that's just the legend of Albert Pike, but when you take a look at him, it's like, yeah, I could kind of see that there's a lot going on.
He
behind his eyes.
He was also one of the biggest guys around. He was over 6 feet, and he was close to 300 pounds. Big, burly guy. I've heard him called one of the fattest men in the South too. He was a big guy. But you didn't see many fat people back then,
No, people were pretty much height weight proportionate. But he didn't miss a meal, did he?
Nope. Now
he's from the north, which is interesting, right? Like Albert Pike was born in Boston. How does he get to the South and claim that as his like territory? Do you know anything about that story?
I don't. I know that a lot of the KGC were Northerners who were allied with the South, but didn't want to leave their lives in the North behind, but ended up leaving at the last second when war did break out. But Albert Pike, it's not known for sure how much influence he had in the creation of the KGC, but he definitely sanctioned it. And you can see they kind of adopt some of the things he believes as well as core tenets of their movement. But the Knights of the Golden Circle, you had to be initiated into, just like the Freemasons.
Mm-hmm.
And you had to buy into. You had to pay some money, and basically you especially had to give your support for the movement to expand south. That was the big thing. That was the big goal. So we talked about the Lone Star a little bit and how it might be elusive for the planet Venus.
Mm-hmm.
Right. I just realized I'm wearing this too.
I saw that with the star. Yeah.
It's a band t-shirt. Calm down, guys. Mossad doesn't pay me enough to wear stuff like this for fun, But basically, the Knights of the Golden Circle. What's the Golden Circle? The Golden Circle is the golden circle of influence that they were hoping to establish across the Gulf of America, then the Gulf of Mexico. So you can see the circular shape of the Gulf of America. From the tip of Florida, around down Texas or down Mexico to the tip of the Yucatan, you have a nice O, C, or a Q shape, right? Nice round crescent or a circle. Golden circle, golden crescent. That's the golden circle in the Knights of the Golden Circle. The KGC. Now keep that in mind. Circle, circle, right? Keep all these words are important because they never go away. They just shapeshift a little bit. They just shed a little skin and the movement keeps on slithering. The Knights of the Golden Circle had so much influence in the South that, like I said, the majority of the military leaders and political leaders were members. Everyone can go look this up for themselves. Watch my video on it. It's pretty good. If anyone's ever seen National Treasure, the movie, the second National Treasure movie, the whole plot is about the Knights of the Golden Circle. Kind of like a soft disclosure of sorts. I know Nicolas Cage is deeply into the occult. He has an occult library, and my friend Juan, shout out to the Juan on Juan podcast.
Oh yeah, yeah.
He's done a whole interview with Nicolas Cage's son, his biological son, and he kind of tells all about his occult influence and how he only chooses projects that kind of satiate or satisfy his desire to go into deeper, darker, more mystical roles.
His son has a pretty like occult dark vibe, right? Like,
yeah, he's like a goth opera metal singer type.
Yeah, like that's
guy.
yeah.
But
interesting.
So we've got the Knights of the Golden Circle. Let's talk about their initiation process, their ceremonies, their attire. The Knights of the Golden Circle, they were very caught up with the chivalric movement, the resurgence of chivalry that kind of was leading up to the Civil War that not many people alive today understand. Why was everything knights this and castle that? By the way, the Knights of the Golden Circle, instead of lodges, they switched all the Masonic lodges to castles. And keep that Texas story in mind, because the Alamo.
Yeah.
Why was the Alamo the point of no retreat? Here's where we fight, here's where we go down.
Yeah.
Because the Alamo itself was the previous Freemasonic lodge. And right across the street, or that might have been right across the street too, or attached to the military installation, there was a Freemasonic lodge, longtime lodge, and then it was the new one of the local headquarters for the Knights of the Golden Circle.
Right.
So
and all those guys from the Alamo that are so famous in Texan history and lore, they're all Masons too. Like Stephen F. Austin was a Mason, and Daniel Boone was a Mason. Like, they're all Masons. So yeah,
they were probably all involved with the proto Order of the Lone Star movement,
right?
But a couple of years later, that would all be full fledged. So Alamo's 1836, right? 1836.
Yeah.
In the next 20 years, over the next 20 years, that would all turn into Knights of the Golden Circle territory, right? So the Alamo would end up becoming one of the Knights of the Golden Circle outposts afterwards. So the Knights of the Golden Circle is the Gulf of America, but they wanted to go farther south than that. And all of their oaths had to do with this kind of expansionist dream.
Right.
Now, their attire, part of being obsessed with knights, and like I was saying, in the 1800s before the Civil War, there was this resurgence of like chivalry or being obsessed with tales of knights and King Arthur and, you know, all that stuff. So they chose knights because it was popular at the time, right?
Knights are cool too, right? Come on. Like, no matter what you think, whether they're slaying the Muslims or what, the knight like image is cool. It's kind of a cool image.
It was also a throwback to the Knights of the Templar,
right?
Knights Templar, who they took a lot of inspiration from. Now it's interesting here. We're gonna be kind of a lot of, I don't know, how would you say this? A lot of wires are kind of get crossed in this story. You're
Let
like,
me
hey,
ask you a quick question here, really fast.
Go for it.
Okay, because all right, I'm thinking South America, and you know, one of the heavy hitters in South America was Simon Bolivar, right? Another Mason, 33rd degree Mason, Scottish Rite, right? And it's got his Masonic membership going back to Cadiz, Spain. He was promoted to be a Master Mason in Paris. So he dies in 1830. Have you had any like links with the Knights of the Golden Circle and some of these guys in South America who might have been, you know, on Team Golden Circle? Have you looked into that?
Not specifically any of them. I know that what would you call it? Navisco Lopez, what's his name? I gotta look this up. I'm a little rusty on all this.
Look at this. Like Bolivar got his 33rd degree in the Scottish Rite in New York. Like, what the fuck? This guy, he's like this, you know, heavy Latin American liberator.
Narcisco Lopez. I said Navisco, but Narcisco Lopez is the figure in Cuba who was a great liberator who was affiliated with the KGC. And the Narcisco Lopez flag is the Lone Star flag that would evolve into the modern Cuban flag. Now I can list countries, but I don't know the specific figure as well, other than him. I know that Nicaragua had multiple successful filibusters. So filibuster, today that means to go waste time at the podium speaking, right? When a bill, right, they're trying to pass a bill or you're stalling in Congress, right? That's a filibuster, wasting time speaking. I don't know if it's the original meaning, but the earlier popular meaning for the word filibuster in Civil War times, the word filibuster meant to get a bunch of young men together, to arm them, and to go take over a South American country. Why? Because it was easy. If you had American weapons and American training and, you know, some money behind you, they would go out and do this. And, you know, the ideology behind it would be Knights of the Golden Circle, you know, beliefs. There'd be members of the Knights of the Golden Circle, members of the Order of the Lone Star. And leading up to the Civil War, this was like a favored pastime in the South. Was sometimes they knew it would just be temporary. Sometimes they just go hold a country hostage, you know, organize a coup, hold the government hostage, and then wait for sugar farmers and the European money that had invested interest to literally ransom their country back. So that happened in Nicaragua. That happened all across Central America and South America. Now, the evidence for this is when the Civil War ended up happening and the South ended up losing, thousands and thousands and thousands, okay, tens of thousands even, Confederate soldiers and Knights of the Golden Circle members left and took their families to South and Central America and the Caribbean. And those Confederates are there to this day. Now you can, I know a lot of people have heard of the Confederate Brazilians and the Confederate Mexicans. If you haven't, go look this up, guys. There are the descendants of Confederates who still live in Mexico and Brazil to this day. And they're numbered in the thousands. These communities have stayed kind of insular. They are, they have, blonde hair, blue eyes to this day in some parts of Mexico and Brazil because of the Confederacy, right? We all hear about Nazis in Argentina and Chile and stuff. There are Confederates in Brazil and Mexico to this day. And that's the influence that's kind of still left over. And you can rest assured the ones who chose to go south were the ones who had KGC beliefs. The ones who went north were, the more loyalist English ones, right? People don't know that about Canada. Canada, the population of Canada today is largely constituted by many Southerners who went to Canada after the Civil War instead of staying in America. Believe it or not, that's the truth. So that's kind of the KGC leading up to the breaking out of the Civil War. Their plan was to go south, take over all of this in one big swoop. They wanted to take over Mexico, Central America, South America. Whatever they could get, they would take. But they were very disorganized. This is probably why their plans didn't work out. Everyone was champing at the bit to go get a big chunk of land in Mesoamerica, South America for themselves. They were jumping the gun. They were disorganized. They couldn't get on the same page. They'd get angry at each other. And ultimately, the Civil War broke out. And that kind of foiled their plans for the time being, right? Stalled their plans, made them reform, reimagine their plans. They ended up having to go in the long game. Is what I've kind of gathered is they changed industries. But what we do know is, we can talk about the Civil War a bunch too, but the KGC, when the Civil War broke out, they really just kind of became like the military police, almost like the SS of the South.
Mm-hmm.
They became more of like the Knights Templar. They were involved in espionage and message, bringing messages from lodge to lodge or castle to castle.
Right.
They played a role in secrecy, code making. They were obsessed with code making. Obsessed with code making. Everything was in code. They had handshakes, many handshakes. But the Knights of the Golden Circle, when the Civil War breaks out, their plans are kind of foiled. Fast forward to the end of the Civil War. Of course, you have the assassination of Lincoln. That was all KGC. That was a KGC plot. When the Civil War ends, what do? Some of them carry on their plans in other ways, but the bulk of them remain in the South, bitter, upset, revengeful, right? Playing the long game. They know they can't just break out into war again. That won't work. For them, they needed the South to rise up in another way. They wanted that dream of having the slave plantation. They needed to live it in the 20th century, in the 21st century. And that's kind of what leads to the fast food conspiracy. The missing link between the two, the KGC and KFC, you can roll your eyes, but all the evidence is there. The KGC would go on to become the KFC. But first they had to become the KKK. So that's the second part of this. The second big part of the KGC is they turned into the KKK. Knights of the Golden Circle became the Ku Klux Klan. It's right there in the name. Why don't we ever get told the name, the definition of Ku Klux? Everyone just hears these words that have no meaning in English, and they don't ever think to ask, what does it mean? Ku Klux means circle in Greek. Cycle, circle, or circular. Kuklos, right? The U is a Y sound in Greek, or vice versa. The Y is a U sound in Greek. And the soft C's that we see in circle or cyclical turns to a K. So the C's turn to K's, and you get Kuklos, right? Like Cyclops, right? Circle, cycle. So they became, from the Knights of the Golden Circle, they became the Knights of the Circle Clan. All K'd because it's Germanized. There's, little to no C in German, so they'd make it KKK. Why? Because the K, the G, and the C all make the hard K or G sound in German. So right. Germanized, it's KGC becomes KKK. Another thing behind that is you have the 3 times 11. K is the 11th letter of the alphabet.
33.
So it's a new way of saying 333. Yeah.
Right.
So
yeah.
Where do you? That's the.
Let me ask you a question. Was there a northern equivalent to the Knights of the Golden Circle? Because it seems to be like if there's a fundamental breach in Freemasonry and battle against lodges, that they weren't just like fighting against the North. And what again, my dive into the Civil War is that the North didn't really give a shit about slaves, right? Like they really tacked that on after they won the war. There were other reasons why this war was taking place, and so we know what some of those are. Tariffs, which again comes up with Trump and tariffs as we're talking about Neptune and Aries. So we have the whole tariff thing, which is kind of interesting, right? So there's the tariff part. And then there's the this idea that it was states' rights, and they didn't want the North to tell them basically what to do. And there is a lot of truth to the fact that the North was actually quite envious of the agrarian potential of the South and all the ports, basically going from South Carolina down to Florida, whip it around, and you're, Alabama, Mississippi, like lots of, ports where ships can come in and take trade out. But what's not talked about, and I think you're digging into this from the Southern perspective. What about the Northern perspective in their lodges? Because I know that the guy that surrendered at Fort Sumter was a Freemason, Abner Doubleday, who eventually creates baseball. Like he's there at Fort Sumter. He is a theosophist, right? So you had these people who were on the northern side who were definitely in this kind of esoteric tradition. So what have you come up with that side of things with the North?
Yeah, it's hard to tackle, but there was a group called the Copperheads, or at least a movement known as the Copperheads. Not so much a secret society. They were, I think, I don't know too well, but they were Northerners who basically supported a lot of the same beliefs as the KGC. And the KGC itself was not restricted to the South, right? They swapped out Freemasonry in the South for the KGC, but there were also people in the North who were members. For example, the people all involved in the assassination attempt on. I say attempt because there was multiple attempts on Lincoln's life. Not many people know that. All of them were triggered and orchestrated by and peopled, manned by the Knights of the Golden Circle. The eventual one that was successful, not all of them were Southerners. If I'm not mistaken, most of them were Northerners who did not like the direction the country was going, who wanted to, who thought that it would end, end the North's oppression of the South. They really did view Lincoln as a tyrant, from what I've gathered. But it's hard to say. It's like any war. If you're just a farmer in the South, you're on the, you're with the South. You're fighting for the South. So I get a lot. If I were here, I'm not saying I'm opposed to kind of what the South was doing. I'm just trying to pick apart.
No, I know. I think you've landed on something that I think is pretty significant. I do want to get into the fast food thing or Colonel Sanders, because that's a really fascinating part of it. And again, like you got a guy like Robert E. Lee, and Lee was asked to be a general for Lincoln in the North. And then he turns that down because, to your point, he's a Southerner. He's gonna fight on the side of the South, right? But he's again one of these interesting characters where, like, I don't know if Lee's a Freemason, but from what I can see, most of these guys were. And so is he does he really fight to the end for the South, or is Lee part of this greater brotherhood, and is he there to kind of architect sort of the defeat and the surrender? I mean, these are all questions I'm not sure anybody has an answer to, but I think they're worth asking because of what you're talking about and this kind of migration between these two territories within the circle, the secret society.
Also, there was a very, very large Muslim and Jewish presence in the South. And kind of the dream was to fuse the best parts of Muslim Islamic mysticism, Jewish mysticism, and the Freemasonic establishment that was already in the South, to fuse these. And we see this. I didn't get to mention that the other symbol of the Knights of the Golden Circle, they had a lone star and a crescent. And when you joined the Knights,
the flag of Morocco, which is what we just saw.
Yeah. When you joined the Knights of the Golden Circle, or during their ceremonies, they would hold up a crescent. They would hold up a crescent, and the whole group would kind of revere it and venerate it. And that is also a potential reference to Lucifer, or a phase of Venus, because Venus has phases just like the moon. So Venus is very often appearing as a crescent. It's the crescent star is Venus. So the pentagram is the path that Venus takes in the sky over its 40-year.
It absolutely looks like a freaking pentagram when you chart it. It's amazing.
Yeah,
you see it.
There's the 40-day retrograde cycle plotted over, like, I don't know how to do it, 8 years or something like that. There's a cycle to, I don't know the specifics on this, but
but you can see it. Yeah.
Robert might know what I'm talking about, or might be able to explain like the exact amount of time that is being depicted in that figure. But Venus has a cycle that does make this shape in the sky. And so that's where we get the pentagram being associated with Venus, and then the crescent also being associated with Venus, because through a telescope, Venus often appears as a little crescent, just like the moon.
And we just, at the beginning of the show, I played a news story about these guys that broke out of this funky prison in New Orleans like last week, and New Orleans is the Crescent City, right?
Yes.
So yeah,
yep, it is.
This is what the pentagram cycle looks like. We're going to show it to people here. This is the so the pentagram of Venus refers to the apparent path of Venus traces in the sky when viewed from Earth over an 8-year period, which you're referring to. The path resembles a 5-pointed star or a pentagram because Venus makes 5 close approaches to the Earth during this time. These close approaches, known as inferior conjunctions, occur when Venus is aligned with the Earth and Sun. So it would mean that they would be in the same sign, but at a certain period of time. Here's a more detailed relation. Earth and Venus orbit the Sun, but Venus orbits more quickly over the Earth. 8 years, Venus completes approximately 13 orbits. The inferior conjunctions, these occur when Venus is aligned with Earth and the Sun, making Venus appear very close to the Earth and the Sun sky. As Venus orbits the Earth, based observers see the inferior conjunctions forming a pentagram-like pattern. During these close approaches, Venus appears to be backward, retrograde in the sky compared to its usual motion. That's the retrograde side of it. And then the pentagram pattern is completed over an 8-year period, with each petal of the pentagram taking about 18 months. So there you go.
Yeah. So that's the crescent. And if anyone kind of just wants to realize how much of this they already know, I'd like to point out the flag of South Carolina, which is the crescent and the palm tree. The original South Carolina flag, crescent flag, had a crescent and a star. And many, many battle flags in the Southeast United States before, during the Civil War, had a star and a crescent. The first flag for the Confederacy was the Lone Star flag. It was a revival of that Bonnie blue flag.
You have to admit, like, this crescent and the palm tree is a really unusual state flag.
And this all goes back to the Sumter Turks. So Sumter had Muslims fighting for him. Scouts, highly trained Muslim or Turkish scouts fighting for him in the Civil War. After the Civil War,
there was a name for that. There's a name for those soldiers. There's a particular name for them. It's not just any scouts. But keep going. I'll figure out what the name is. Keep going.
This Sumter gave them land in Sumter County, South Carolina. They were given land in Sumter County, South Carolina. And they're there to this day. Their descendants are there to this day. They're not black. They're not white. They are something in between, largely Native American. They do have mixed lineage, but they are Turkish. They're Turkish, mysterious Turkish population in South Carolina. And this also explains, or largely explains, the overwhelming prevalence of Moorish revival architecture in the Southeast United States. Why is there so much Moorish architecture in the Southeast United States if there's no Muslims? Where's all the Muslims?
Right.
The Spanish had just conquered the Moors before they came to the Americas. Why were they so eager to replicate their enemies' architectural style all over the Southeast United States? Why would they give them an homage like that?
Right.
It doesn't make much sense unless the Moors were established in America, or there's always been a little bit of a Muslim presence in the Americas. It makes sense if they were escaping the Spanish Reconquista Inquisition and they escaped to the Americas. It's not outside of possibility. Well,
do you know about the Janissaries in in Turkey. Yeah.
That's a good astrological word right there.
Right?
Janus, Uranus.
Yeah.
We've got a couple a Janet and a Janus in the chat, right? Too.
Yeah, at least one or two. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So the Janissaries, people aren't familiar with this. They're really interesting.
Yeah, they were like the sheriffs or like judges or like military.
Well, they were Christians who were conscripted, right? So the Janissaries were initially recruited through the Devshirme system, where Christian boys were taken and converted to Islam, then trained for military service. They became famed for their internal cohesion, strict discipline, and reliance on firearms, making them the first standing infantry force equipped with firearms.
Wow.
So I'm betting that some of those guys that Sumter had were Janissaries.
Yep. You know what else is crazy? In the Civil War, the South had camels. You had people fighting on camelback. You had, all these zoo animals that we see in the zoo were very prevalent in the South. People had them on their property, on their plantations. It was not uncommon to see camels, elephants, lions, tigers, monkeys. And eventually those would all get rounded up and put into the zoo and the circus. Sorry, I didn't mean to say zoo. I meant to say circus.
Right.
Now, this all gets kind of stitched together with what would become the Shriners.
I was just going to bring the Shriners up because they're like the Venn diagram, right? They're in the center between Freemasonry and the Islamic world. The Shriners are right in that pocket. Yeah.
Yep. And they're headquartered in Tampa Bay, Florida. The Shriners. Right. Now, the Shriners, they use the crescent as their primary symbol. They are obsessed with Arabic aesthetic and pageantry and dress. So they wear fezzes in their ceremonies. They wear Islamic or Arabic garb and take on the names of Arabic diplomats and all this stuff. The Shriners are a secret society within Freemasonry. So you have to be a master mason in order to become a Shriner.
Shriners are all next level. They're they're above, you're above the 33rd degree and above, whatever those degrees are. You're ready for Shrinerville.
Yep. And the Shriners are headquartered in Florida. I always thought that was interesting. And the Shriners are most associated with two things: children's hospitals, and the circus.
Yep.
They like to have fun and goof around and hang out at the circus. Now, I said that there are a secret society within the Freemasons. There is a secret society within that extra secret society. So there's a inner sanctum within the Shriners, and they're known as the Royal Order of Jesters.
It's the Jesters. That's right. The Jesters are the next level.
The Royal Order of Jesters.
Raj.
They are Shriners who they study the art of clowning, gesturing, harlequining, right?
Right.
They largely pioneered and repopularized the practice of clowning in America. And pretty much every famous clown there's ever been has been a Royal Order of Jester member, or at the very least a Freemason.
Absolutely. So Red Skelton was a Freemason.
Yep. If you just go look at the list of most famous clowns, most famous clowns, almost all of them are Masons. Now, that's why the circus, notice that the Shriners are headquartered in Tampa Bay.
Mm-hmm.
And then the circus is headquartered near Tampa Bay in Sarasota, or near Venice, Sarasota. There's a couple circus camps that would go down there. That's the Ringling Circus. The Ringling Brothers were all Freemasons, all Master Masons. They were the leaders of their lodges too. The Ringlings got their start in set design and kind of creating the backdrops and stage props and sets for Masonic theater. There's Masonic theaters across America. Some of them are still operating in well-known venues to this day. And it's kind of like a generic name or a name that's left over. Sometimes they're not even associated with Masonry at all, even anymore. But, 200 years ago, 100 years ago too, Masons used to host their own kind of plays and festivals, and sometimes it'd be tent gatherings out in the woods where you'd have, you'd go to the tent, and it was very much a precursor to the modern circus. Then they would also have their indoor theaters where they would have various dramatized ceremonies and rituals where they would, need like a fake Egypt in the background or a fake Alexandria in the background, or you name it, right? Oh, we need a fake Athens for this ritual, or we need a fake Babylon for that one. And the Ringling Brothers, that was kind of their in to the entertainment industry and the performance industry, was helping to design and coordinating the design of sets for Masonic theater. And
did you here? I got to drop this in here, and this is in the realm of performance. Yeah. It's not quite Circusville, but I was just looking up the Syria Mosque. Do you know the Syria Mosque at all? That is like one of the that was the headquarters of the Shriners. Yeah. And it's at 4400 Bigelow Boulevard in Pittsburgh. Okay. I did not know this, but the birthplace of network television started at that Syria Mosque on January 11th, 1949, from 8:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. KDKA TV, then WDTV, and part of the Dumont Television Network, began its initial broadcast on its network centered in Pittsburgh. The program began with a 1-hour local show broadcast from the Syria Mosque, then finished with 90 minutes from ABC, CBS, NBC, and Dumont, featuring such stars as Arthur Godfrey, Milton Berle. And then the station also represented a milestone, same station, in television industry, providing the first network of coaxial cable that feed that included Pittsburgh and 13 other cities from Boston to St. Louis. So the Shriners and this mosque specifically in Pittsburgh is where freaking television starts on January 11th, 1949.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me.
Yeah, that's I didn't know that. It's like, you and I dig around this shit a lot. I had no idea that was the first signal to take place.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know that. Crazy.
So, I mean, what does that tell you, man? It tells you how connected these guys are, right?
Yep.
Like they are deep in the culture mix, the technology mix. When they went to go to coaxial cable, same people, right? Same people, same joint, same location. We're going to get it to 14 other cities. Oh man, this is kind of mind blowing.
I think so too, man. No one knows about this stuff, the KGC and how it branches off into the Shriners, and I hope we have enough time to make it all the way up to what's his name,
Colonel Harlan Sanders.
Colonel Sanders, but even more so, the kind of the, what would be the word? What this is all leading into. If you put all these ingredients in together,
are you going to drop Dave Thomas here?
Well, Dave Thomas, no, but we're getting closer. What's the serial killer? Ted
Bundy? Ed Gein?
No.
Ted Bundy.
Gacy.
John Wayne Gacy, the clown.
The clown who who was a manager of multiple KFCs.
Okay, all right.
Who
Before
would
we go,
feed- who would
before we
feed
go
his
there,
victims KFC.
before we go there, I just want to ask something. And we can dedicate the rest of the show to that.
Yeah.
Before we go there, somebody dropped on one of my comments, like I think the chat or something, that I believe it was the Elohim were actually clowns.
Nephilim.
Nephilim. The Nephilim were clowns.
Yeah.
Right. Have you gone down that rabbit hole?
Yeah. I used to kind of make fun of it a little bit just because it's ridiculous. It's like ridiculous if you hear it. You know, Nephilim, clowns just seems like a random association.
Right.
I would joke about it a little bit, but I had always heard of this guy's YouTube channel. I believe it's Understanding Conspiracy. Is him. His name is Paul Stobbs. Let me double check that. Understanding Conspiracy. Yeah. So Paul Stobbs at Understanding Conspiracy. Paul Stobbs wrote the book called The Nephilim Looked Like Clowns. Now, he does kind of, I don't know if I'm all the way persuaded about Nephilim, you know, as we, you know, in most people's kind of concept of the Nephilim, it's harder to persuade people on that. But
Yeah.
what he's the core of what he's speaking about is the demonic energy that is manifested in the clown archetype. That the clown is an archetype in every culture around the world. The jester, the clown, the fool, even the shaman. You know,
Isn't the clown a little bit different though in some ways?
Yeah.
Right, than the jester and the fool. I mean, the clown has a particular look to it, right?
And that's Paul's expertise. Is he knows the difference between the Harlequin and the Jack in the Box and the this and the he knows all those layers. He's the guy that has all that detail put together. You should reach out to him. He might
get him
wanna
on the
come
show.
Yeah.
What about the insane clown posse? I mean, that's almost like a secret society unto itself, right? With the juggalos and all that shit.
Yep. And dude, the tentacles of the KGC are still kind of poking around to this day. The faces, or you could say, I don't know, the money, the faces, the leadership behind many, many kind of, I don't know how to clump it all together, but people like Rick Rubin have apparent KGC influence.
That's interesting. How did you come across that? 'Cause Rubin's a weird guy in general. Like he's my age and he looks like he's 75, and I'm supposed to take health tips from him, right? But so, how did you arrive at that with Rubin?
Well, number one is just how many Jewish people were in the Confederacy. Not many people are aware of how many people were in the South.
The Monsanto family lived in the South, and
Monsanto
family, huge slave owners, and they were involved after they got into the slave business. They got into ammunition. That was their thing, ammunition.
Yep, Monsanto. They moved to Florida. They moved to Florida. Ended up.
They originally, I believe, in New Orleans, in the New Orleans area. And then, and then they moved.
They were expelled from New Orleans.
Yeah.
They were expelled from New Orleans and went over to Pensacola. They became the first prominent Jewish settlers in Pensacola.
So wrap your head around this with Monsanto. They went from slaves to bullets, ammunition, munitions, and then finally Roundup, right? Like, what a fucking legacy that is.
Yeah. Well, food. Getting into the food. That's the same legacy that we're talking about with the KGC here. Is
right.
If you can't lift a gun up to your enemy, to your perceived ideological enemy anymore, if you can't duke it out on the battlefield, what are you gonna do? You're gonna seek influence, seek control. You know what did kings and the great houses of Europe do when they were locked up in peace treaties and things like that. The church isn't going to let them go to war. They're just trying to poison each other. Everyone's poisoning everyone. If you're not fighting, everyone's trying to poison each other. Oh, we're not. That wasn't us. We didn't do that.
Right,
you can always
right.
deny it. You can always. It's subtle, right? It's the subtle killer, right? That's kind of the thought process behind the KGC wanting to take over the South, wanting to take over all of this land, wanting to keep owning slaves, wanting to resist the North, wanting to stay on top. When the Civil War ends and the South is crushed and they are betrayed by many of their leaders, that's what some of these families do. They switch into food. That's why I say the chains of slavery became the chains of fast food, the fast food chains. And honestly, who's usually working the fast food restaurants? You can look at it two ways. Number one, it's slave food. The food itself enslaves you. And number two, you can look at it as that is the modern slavery. I'm not a big minimum wage, like leftist, I'm not complaining about like workers' rights or anything, but what's as close as it gets to slavery in the first world? Working at a fast food restaurant. That's as close as you get.
You know what's really interesting is that was not always the case with fast food, right?
You're right.
Like when I was young, McDonald's was your point of entry into work. They'd hire fucking anybody, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you had kids. It was like that's who worked at McDonald's. Basically high school. Right. Every now and then you got a few adults in the mix or whatever, but some of those were like on a management track. But that changed. All that changed. And I think the big sea change for the fast food restaurants really takes place somewhere in the 90s, especially in California, where there's like a huge wave of migrants. And it becomes like, that's where they like, you can't go to a fast food restaurant now generally without the person serving you being from Mexico or El Salvador or someplace like that. No. Although last night we went to Whataburger, and there was this young girl at Whataburger. Like, dude, she had this goth thing going on, like serious goth thing. She had like a dog collar. She had amazing makeup, like incredible, like sort of Betty Page style hair, and these like far out nails and like little piercing things going on. And I'm like looking at this young woman, like, what the fuck are you doing here at Whataburger? Like, you should go be on some like
girl, you can have whatever you like.
And she had this
you can have whatever you like.
Dude, she had this nonchalance about her too.
Anyone know it?
Like she didn't give a fuck, right? She had this nonchalance about her. I'm like, man, you are definitely not your typical Kerrville fast food fodder. So where did that come from? Where did that song come from?
Hang on. Stacks on deck, Patron on ice.
Oh God!
Come on, you know that one.
Dude,
girl, you can have whatever you like.
No, that's outside. That's outside of my jukebox, man.
When T.I., the rapper, when he walks into Whataburger and the chick working there is too cute, and he goes, "Girl, you too cute to be working up in that fast food, girl. Come on, you mine now, girl." And he pulls her out, puts her on the private jet, and made a song about it.
Oh, okay. So
it's called "Whatever You Like" by T.I. I grew up on that song.
So Martha Duncan busts out the T.I. knowledge right there. Look at that.
Yeah. Terrible song. Terrible song. But I think I know every word.
All right, so let's get into it, man. Take us to John Wayne Gacy. Let's go.
So, remember I said the KGC became the KKK. So that's one chapter that we gotta understand is the KKK was the KGC reforming. right? Regrouping, piecing, the pieces back together. They wanted to kind of come up and have a big, strong presence again, right? The sentiment was always there. They said, all right, 15 years after the Civil War, you had what would become the KKK meeting in their old KGC hangouts, in their old KGC spots. People kind of forgot about it. And what did they do? They dusted off their old KGC uniforms and they threw those on. I didn't get to mention it earlier, but the KGC, they wore a specific type of helmet. It was almost like a narwhal helmet. It was almost like a unicorn helmet. It was like a metal, like military helmet, like a knight's helmet. And then it had a big point at the tip. Very, very tall point at the top. It looked hilarious, like a narwhal. Now, that's how they would dress in their rituals. Then, once they become the KKK, they have to kind of go underground. They're still hiding, still keeping it hush-hush. They don't want to look like the KGC anymore either. So what do? Kind of like you see in Django, right? Oh, everyone grabbed their white hoods and their white sheets and make a hood. All they did was they took their white bed sheets and they threw them over their Knights of the Golden Circle helmets. That's where you get the pointy white hats. The pointy white hats of the Klan, what was that all about? It's the Knights of the Golden Circle helmets underneath the hood. The proof of this, we can go watch. There's a movie that was made. One of the first big, influential, mainstream movies to come out of America was called Birth of a Nation.
D.W. Griffith's famous movie.
And super famous. It was super influential. And even though it was about, the movie's about the KKK, it largely glorifies the KKK, and it glorifies kind of, what would you call it? Black fatigue, right?
But it's also a milestone in movie making too.
Yes.
Because the techniques that it used, it's widely recognized along with like the steps of the Potemkin as being like, major influence on modern filmmaking.
Yeah. Robert's right. Even people who disagree with the content say, oh, we can't destroy this movie, or this needs to be, shown and seen and talked about. But it's an iffy place in American history because the South was trying to make a statement. They're trying to say, hey, this movement's not dead. We're here. We've got plenty of support. And in that movie, we get the first great association of Black people with fried chicken. That's where we're venturing into this.
So let me ask you a question.
Hang on, this weird clownish territory of food.
Okay, so do you think that there was an actual relationship with Blacks and fried chicken, or it was just part of the film and they were just programming the thing? Like, what are we talking about here?
I've heard a lot of different inspirations, but I know for a fact in the movie there's a scene where there's a whole like auditorium or cafeteria full of dozens and dozens of Black people, and they're just going to town on fried chicken, and they were definitely instructed to act, to exaggerate their
They probably Stanley Kubrick didn't feed him for like 8 hours or 9 hours, and then they dropped that scene. Right? They're like ravenous. Yeah,
they're ravenous. They're hooping and hollering. They're tearing into this fried chicken.
I'm kind of there with them on the fried chicken thing, though. Man, I dig fried chicken. I've always loved it.
Well, okay, so how much did they actually like it? I've heard some differing stories. I've heard that, and I'm not saying anyone's correct, but that the slaves were usually given the worst cuts of the animal, right? Gizzards and hooves.
The butt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now with the chicken, that could still largely be the case, even though in the South a lot of times the slaves would have their own kitchen, a lot of times they had their own animals, their own livestock, fields. They'd finish work on the plantation and they'd go right to their fields or milking their cows. That was often the case. But very often they'd also just kind of get what was tossed off the table, in the master's house. And very often they'd get the worst cuts of meat. And sometimes they'd be old, right? Leftover, day before type stuff. The one thing you can do to old meat to pretty much guarantee everything in it is dead,
cook the shit out of it,
is to fry the shit out of it.
Yeah.
And you know that it's somewhat safe to eat.
Right.
Right. That's one of the explanations I've heard for they're black people like fried food or poor people eat fried food. It's kind of like a leftover type thing. Now, I'm not saying that's the sole inspiration, but the word soul. I've also heard about soul food, about how blacks might metabolize fried food differently, and that soul food is a real thing. There's NFLs who swear by it, NFL players who swear by it and say, no, don't eat that healthy shit. It's gonna, you're gonna get injured. You need soul food. Fried food does feed a certain part of us that I don't think science quite understands. Native Americans also swore by fried food.
They're like, what is it? The puppy taco,
fried
like
bread,
super fried. Yeah, fried bread. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, a lot of those Native Americans would make it to 100, 110 years old, eating fried food regularly. So there's something about fried food that I don't think science has a great understanding of yet. Now, because nutritionally, we can say, yes, it slows you down. It's kind of kills your food, but there's something to the fat and oil or grease and, frying. If we really want to go full schizo, the word fry comes from Freya. To be rich in fat or oil.
And Freya's Venus again. We're back to Venus, right?
Exactly. Venus, Lucifer, to fry food is to kind of liberate the essence. You're frying it. You're freeing the essence. It's kind of like the opposite of essential oils, right? Or a little bit similar, but you're kind of replacing the food's essence with the oil that it's being fried in.
Well, you haven't lived until you've had fried watermelon. Let me tell you.
I haven't had fried watermelon, but
no, I'm just fucking with you a little bit.
I've seen watermelon steaks and watermelon, stuff like that. But
yeah,
the fried chicken stereotype, I can't speak to its full, every piece of its influences, but I know that in Birth of a Nation, that's where it was largely introduced to the American public. Right. And the American public, if you're following along with this movie, I mean, it really sowed the seeds of, screw these chicken eaters, right? Look at them. That's kind of, it created the negative perception of, they just want to eat chicken all day, fried chicken, right? It really dumbed it down. Stripped it to its, simple, you shouldn't like them, right? But the KKK, and I don't endorse any of this. We always got to remind our YouTube censors out there. We don't condone any hatred or anything like that. It's always hard to tiptoe around these subjects, but basically, the KKK was glorified in Birth of a Nation. In that movie, with the fried chicken that introduced the fried chicken stereotype, the KKK is still wearing their Knights of the Golden Circle helmets. They haven't fully switched over, or at least they chose not to do the sheets in the movie. So they're still wearing their Knights of the Golden Circle pointy helmets. If anyone wants to see what they look like in action, the Knights of the Golden Circle helmets were featured prominently in the pretty much the KKK movie, Birth of a Nation.
Now, because Birth of a Nation is in public domain, we could actually play it in the background here. So if you want to give your narrative, it is a silent movie, obviously. Hold on, and we will cut the sound down. But if you want to just go over your narrative, we can just have this in the background, and you can just do your thing. What do you think?
Yeah, sure.
Because that way people can get a sense of this while you're kind of breaking it all down. Right. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go back here. I'm going to make the screen just a little bit smaller. You and I can be down here. All right. So we're going to be about 13 minutes in here, but go ahead. Just start rapping. We'll have D.W. Griffith's classic early movie making masterpiece in the background.
Okay.
You don't have to you don't have to comment it. It's just playing. You can just go with your commentary.
So it's, that's where the fried chicken stereotype is really introduced and popularized, is in this movie. So from there, you have this black people like fried chicken inside joke among the KKK and, many of these old ex-Confederate families, right? That's a favorite inside joke of theirs. And to your question, Robert, what's with, why fried chicken? Why them? What's the association? There may be no association. It might have been a forced association. It might have been, hey, we know this food isn't good for you. We're going to make it really fashionable and we're going to associate it with you forever.
Right.
And eventually, it's like what's a good example of this? It's like when you call someone a derogatory name, a group of people that name, and then they start using it for themselves. It just sticks, right? So the fried chicken thing, it just stuck, right? And somewhere along the line, black people did start just buying into this, fried chicken thing. And like I said, maybe they did already like it. Maybe it was such a popular dish in their culture already. But regardless,
but there's a synergy between fried chicken, Griffith, the Knights of the Golden Circle, the helmet, and so it's all part of this tapestry that is going to take us into the fast food slavery of the future.
Yes. So that chicken stereotype persists, and the KKK goes on and does their thing. They gain a lot of support. They end up kind of stepping into the mainstream again for a large, couple decades. Then towards the 60s, the civil rights movement, they have to step back into the underground again, right? And that's, when the KKK kind of dies out. They're still around a little bit today, but not really, right? Back then in the 60s, they had to go underground again. And there was a lot of them, right? They were getting pretty comfortable doing big meetings and demonstrations out in public. They were like a militia even. A lot of times they trained like a militia, and that goes back to their Knights of the Golden Circle influence, origins. So going back to the fast food thing, the KKK kind of fizzles out, but it's 19, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. That's where fast food becomes what it is and takes off, and it really hasn't changed much since the KKK went away. And some of the earliest fast food chains, I know there's a lot of businesses that turned into fast food, but Colonel Sanders, there's McDonald's. We'll get to McDonald's, but the real meat and potatoes of this whole story comes down to Colonel Sanders. Nowhere else is the KGC legacy so evident. And like I said, the theory here is that the Knights of the Golden Circle became the KKK. They had to stop doing that, so they chose to reformat their movement and become involved in the food industry, fast food chains. Fast food is FF66. F equals 6. Fast food chains, right? Basically, Colonel Sanders started out working for, he had lots of different jobs when he was young, but he really became a prominent kind of figure by working with Standard Oil. And he owned a gas station, and he worked with gas, right? I don't know what they called it back then, but not prospecting, but there's a word for it. It's not surveying, it's not prospecting, it's not appraising. There's a word that I'm missing, but it's basically like the oil mafia back then. They'd go around and they would compare prices and kind of
speculation.
Yeah. I don't know. They would.
So he's
kind of make.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, he's a speculator, and he's like finding, it's like a dealer, like a fuel dealer, and he's like basically getting his cut and selling it to people. Like that's what he's like a sales distributor of.
Yes.
Yeah, and oil was huge. People don't understand how huge oil was in this country. Starting when I think they originally found it in like Pennsylvania, right? And it's like massive. They found these huge like oil wells, and that, of course, that's where the Rockefellers get in, and right. But then it moves south. Like the whole oil thing begins to move south, and Texas just completely blows up with oil. Major oil fields right in that area, by the way, where Louisiana and Texas sort of come together. That's like Beaumont, Texas. It's like where the first big oil spike happens, and you get the Hunt brothers. Actually, like that's where it all begins. So, yeah, I mean that's a really fascinating story about America. A lot of people just don't know about. It's like how huge oil was. I mean, literally, oil is almost discovered in the United States, right? I mean, that's how big of a story it becomes, and it winds up fueling the world. Right. And so, and he's in on it because there's a lot of like speculation and people trying to, sell the stuff. And, right here in the background, he's on the Tennessee Ernie Ford show with Minnie Pearl, and he's displaying his ability to, bread and then coat the chicken and ultimately fry it. Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of parallels between Colonel Sanders and John D. Rockefeller. So number one, he's working for Standard Oil, or at least with Standard Oil, competing with Standard Oil too at times. And he's involved in a shooting. So like I'm saying, he's kind of in like the oil mafia. I don't know if you can call it like unions, but it's kind of like what unions would do, hey, your prices are too high, you're skipping us in distribution, things like that. And they would have shakedowns, right? Or kind of like old-timey, they'd meet up in a abandoned lot and, hash out tough business.
Right.
And sometimes they'd bring guns. They'd routinely bring guns. And in one of these instances, a shooting broke out, and Colonel Sanders was involved in a shooting where a man was shot dead over oil dispute, competing gas stations, something like that. Now he never faced charges. He was a Freemason. Colonel Sanders was a Freemason.
Yep.
And at the age of 66, just like John D. Rockefeller, John D. Rockefeller and Henry Ford and all them, I don't know if Ford was on the same page with this, but they wanted 65 to be retirement. When we think of 65 as retirement, Rockefeller really wanted to make that the norm. And at 66, both of these men had not a crisis, but like a reevaluation or an epiphany of sorts, and a sudden change in their trajectory. So at 66, Colonel Sanders had a successful career in gas, running this gas station.
Right.
But he didn't feel fulfilled. And he actually contemplated suicide. He was very, very set on committing suicide.
Right.
He went as far as to purchase and load the gun. And you won't believe it, but he had, according to the story, this is the KFC mythology, right? He had an epiphany on his 66th birthday with pretty much a shotgun in his mouth. The last thought he has before he decides to end his life, he thinks of chicken and the smell of fried chicken.
Oh my God.
And he realizes, oh, hey, what is it that I love most about the world? It was chicken the whole time. Why don't I just make fried chicken? And he had been making fried chicken as like a side thing, sell it at his gas station for people traveling through.
Right.
But he decides not to end his life and to go all in on chicken, according to the story. Now, I don't know if, that might be kind of the story they came up with, but that's what he does. From 66 onward, he starts dressing in white only. He would only appear in all white for the remainder of his adult or, his senior life.
Yep.
Till the day he died. He would do his best to only appear in public in all white.
Right.
Now, he was from Kentucky, or at least the company was started in Kentucky. What else was started in Kentucky? The Knights of the Golden Circle. Now he chooses Kentucky Fried Chicken, KFC.
FC, yeah.
That's one letter off from KGC. Consecutive letters. A, B, C, D, E, F, G. It's like the Obama-Osama thing we had going on in 2008.
Yeah.
What's up with that? Obama, Osama, they're not as close as F and G.
But close.
Yeah.
If you didn't run both names in your head at a certain point, or called Obama Osama at some point, you're probably in the minority, because that usually happens at least once, right?
Yep. Now, KFC, not many people know this, but when KFC goes to the Olympics, or when they're on the world stage, especially in a more like fitness or athletic environment, they always brand themselves as KGC, Kentucky Grilled Chicken, as if it's much healthier because it's grilled. Now, KFC is the KGC. They use KGC as a title. So we're not stretching anything here. Colonel Sanders decided to become KFC/KGC. They've always been /KGC, because they can always switch and brand themselves as Kentucky Grilled Chicken. And anyone can go check this for themselves. When KFC's at a sporting event, they're KGC. Their branding, their packaging, everything is KGC. That is the Knights of the Golden Circle legacy, living on. In code, subtle. It's a tip of the hat to that old kind of, Southern, we're keeping the mission alive, we're doing our part. Thanks, Granddad. Thanks, Grandpop. We're still here on the front lines, right? Now, Colonel Sanders, not only is he a Freemason, he went to the Great Pyramids of Giza. There's a picture of him with his Masonic attire on the back of a camel in front of the Pyramids of Giza. You can see pictures of him with his fez on. He was also a Shriner. He was a Mason and a Shriner. And yeah, so then he also, his protege, his understudy would be Dave Thomas. You know,
Dave Thomas.
Dave Thomas under his wing. Dave Thomas is the founder of Wendy's, right? Interestingly, you know, Colonel Sanders apparently gave him the blessing to go start Wendy's, you know, said, hey, you do hamburgers, I'll do chicken. We won't step on each other's toes, you know, that's okay with me.
So just real quick, I know we're going to go with this, and I want to spoil your line here, but Sanders had 11 herbs and spices, in his chicken, right?
Yeah.
Not 10, not 9, not 12, but 11.
Yep, exactly. That is the 11 of the KKK. The 3 Ks, the K, the 11th letter.
Yep.
K for Kentucky, K for Knight, K for Ku Klux Klan. That's the K.
Right.
Now that K would become a staple of the fast food and quick stop market, quick stop industry, right? Whether it's fast food or going into a Circle K, or a quick stop with a KWIK, right? It's all fast. Many of these establishments are red, orange, or yellow.
Yep.
It's all in the lower chakras. They want to keep you coming and going quick, right? It's all very transitory. It's all very quick. You're hungry. Come here now. Get it fast. Don't think about it. And you're gone. You're back on the road. It's like it never even happened, right?
There was something genius, though, about how Colonel Sanders and Kentucky Fried Chicken used the bucket for the chicken, right? Like, you know, to this day, I mean, you could probably get, I don't think you get the bucket anymore, but you get the box. And the chicken is like in the box, whether it's like KFC or Church's or Popeyes, whatever. But the bucket, he had the fucking bucket. And there was something about the bucket that set Kentucky Fried Chicken apart. And then they also had that like spinning bucket, like up on the rooftop, right? And just the symbolism of the bucket is like really, really interesting, you know? So you have like the bucket as like a chalice, or the bucket as a crucible. It's a very different kind of way to transport the chicken to your home. There's something about that bucket that clicks in with something deeply psychological. And they totally nailed it with that thing.
Yep, good point. And just on the topic of shapes, you know, why did Wendy's go with the square patty?
I know this is your thing. I'm not going to blow it for you.
I have a lot of fun with this one. Some people roll their eyes, but the joke's on you, folks. The joke's on you.
It's true.
There's a concept within Freemasonry and other hermetic alchemical circles of what they call squaring the circle. Squaring the circle. Now, I can't give you the best explanation of what that entails and what it means, but it's basically using a almost like a what would you call it, a theorem,
like a Euclidean sort of theorem, right? Where you're harnessing, like they call the square the block, right? This is one of the things that Freemasons talk about, that when you're on the block, like you are in your power. Right, that's what they're referring to.
Yeah,
and the circle is the circle that you would set up for a magical act, right? Like if you were somebody like John Dee and you wanted to summon a spirit or a demon, you would have a circle. You would literally create a magical circle, and inside that circle, you would have any number of like glyphs or images or symbols that you would want to put in that circle for summoning and protection, right? So you have the block, which is what Freemason's talking about by being on the block and like being four square on your point of power, and then the circle is the magical circle of summoning. So when you put the two together, you're squaring the circle.
Yes,
right.
It's also what the two symbols of Freemasonry are used for: the square and the compass. The square is the angle with which you can draw a square or square off, something you're building, and then the compass you can use to draw a perfect circle. So you have the square and the circle also represented in the two symbols of Freemasonry, right? The square and the compass. That is the square and the circle. It's also the Vitruvian man. The Vitruvian man is encased in a square and a circle. And my friend Seth pointed out that might be a subtle way of saying there might be people in the food. There might be humans in the food, is the square patty. Just a stretch, but I hope we're all limber here, folks. Bear with me. It'll make some sense to you.
So so square the circle. You're at the Wendy Burger.
Yes.
You're at the Wendy Burger.
The square patty is used by Wendy's, founded by a Freemason, the protege of Harlan Sanders.
Right.
And then there is White Castle.
The square burger, little square burger. Yeah.
One of the first big fast food chains to White Castle.
Right.
Square. 5 dots poked into the meat. We're going full schizo here tonight, folks. Okay. 5
my father loved fucking White Castle, by the way. He's addicted to it.
Now, Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle makes a heck of a lot more sense. The conspiracy theories and geopolitical mess they get into in those movies all makes a heck of a lot more sense when you know this, fast food cover up, right? Or hidden agenda.
Before you leap forward, there's one other really interesting combination of the circle and the square, and that is boxing. And boxing takes place inside the circle, but they call it the ring.
Yeah.
Right. So it's another version of what you're talking about, only like a way more intense, like ritualized version of that.
Yep. They call it the ring. And then in baseball, you go around the bases. You're rounding the bases. You're rounding the corner, right?
Right. Yeah.
You're circling the square. You're rounding the bases. You're circling the square. That's, Freemasonry baseball came out of Freemasonry. It's the most obviously Masonic sport. Second, maybe perhaps to golf, right? Golf pretty much is the sister movement to Freemasonry. Both come out of Scotland or the
golf,
British Isles, roughly the same time. But so we've got the square patties. What else is there? Colonel Sanders was born on 9/9/90. If we turn that upside down,
1890, right? 1890.
Yep, 8. It's 666. If flipped upside down, and so you've got the square patties. White Castle, because it's the Knights of the Golden Circle. They're white knights, white knighting for America. And remember, the Knights of the Golden Circle, KGC, didn't use lodges; they used castles.
Right.
And the picture of the original White Castle is modeled after a KGC headquarters. That's a fact. So the castle that they take their aesthetic from, White Castle, they have a castle. It's in like Chicago or something. It's a famous castle and it has like water towers attached to it. That's the castle that White Castle is, takes their kind of design from, or their theme.
Mm-hmm.
That was a Knights of the Golden Circle castle. So that's the explicit, overt connection between the Knights of the Golden Circle and White Castle.
Mm-hmm.
It's a clear and provable connection. With Colonel Sanders, it's just the fact that he's a Freemason. The Shriners are kind of the Freemasons who carried on the KGC legacy more than the general Freemasons.
Yep.
So we've got the square patties. you've got all these brands in America like Circle K, Special K, Kmart,
Right.
K this, K that.
Yeah.
You know, crystals with a K, named after a experience that one of the owners had with gazing into a crystal ball.
Right.
You know, very
So-
strange.
So somebody in the chat said that astrology is bullshit. But I'm just going to bring this up here because we've been talking about Venus all night, right?
Yeah.
Right. And the prominence and the importance of Venus. Well, if you look at Colonel Sanders' chart, Venus is exactly on his midheaven
Oh, wow.
at 2 degrees. I mean, almost freaking exact. We're talking about
Wow.
a 3-minute difference. Right. So the prominence of Venus in Colonel Sanders' chart and everything you've been talking about with Venus, it's right there. You
Wow.
can see it.
Is a soldier for the Lone Star, right? He's being guided, led.
The other thing that's interesting about his chart too is that he's got that Sun Saturn conjunction in Virgo, which means that he's going to have longevity, and there's a very good chance that he will kind of reach his prominence with that later in life.
Yeah.
Right. And so he has that Capricorn rising, which gives him like staying power and endurance. Right. So it's a very interesting chart just from an astrological perspective. But man, this Venus is just like right on the target right there.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Totally. And also, you know, Colonel Sanders, oh fuck, what was I gonna say? No one knew who he was till he was about 66. And
Right.
then he promised that all he would do for the rest of his life till he died was chicken. And it's almost like Bob Dylan. He like sold his soul for rock and roll. Colonel Sanders sold his soul for chicken. He was promoting his chicken even after he sold the company off. He would do it just for fun. He would tour the world as the chicken guy. Did you know that there was a point around the 70s and 80s where Colonel Sanders was the second most famous human to have ever been born?
I believe that because he was everywhere.
Second to Jesus.
Yeah.
Colonel Sanders was the most recognizable person on planet Earth in the 1970s, second only to Jesus. That's a lot of influence. And what do you think about the 666 birthday coming second to Jesus? Makes a little bit more sense too. Now,
right.
The fast food industry, of course, you have Golden Corral. Does that get any more obvious? The golden circle, Golden Corral, you know, a lasso, like a golden corral, a golden fence, golden lasso, right? It's a circle. It's a golden circle. You've got Popeyes with the Lone Star. You've got all these brands with they either have a Lone Star or a golden circle in their logo. You know, McDonald's is the big golden 3, the big golden M, the M for masonry, M for the 3, or it's the golden arches, the royal arches. You know, the royal arch,
right?
Freemasonry.
Yep.
So there's a lot more to that. Really, all of them. The next, the one that I definitely want to include is Carl's Jr. and Hardy's, another Lone Star. Hardy's, the Lone Star. Why Hardy's with the double E? Why Crystal with the K? The double E is the 33 of Freemasonry. That sounds ridiculous, right? But other people have done that. David Levi-Yulee did that. E. Calloway did that. Ed Leeds-Scownon did that. All of these men chose...
E. Cummings.
All of these men chose the EE as a subtle tip of the hat to the fact that they were Freemasons. E. Calloway, Ed Leeds-Scownon, the guy who made the Coral Castle, who was a confirmed codester, you know, cryptic guy, and then David Levi-Yulee, the first Jewish senator in America and the first Florida senator. The one who, he's like the George Washington of Florida because he led us into the Confederacy. He was part of the secession movement, and he was a Freemason and ultimately a supporter of the KGC.
Right.
But yeah, I mean, that's most of the fast food stuff.
I want to show you something. This is really interesting. Right. This gets back into like astrology and like synchromysticism. Right.
Yeah.
So there's a person who has the same Venus conjunction on the midheaven at the same kind of orbic degree as Colonel Sanders. Okay. So I'm going to show you that person. Right. I'm going to show you that person, and I'm going to show you that person again. And it's going to kind of blow your mind a little bit here. Okay, so hold on. It's going to be right. Where is it? Where is it? Right. Oh.
The only other thing we got to talk about before we wrap it up, I don't know how long you want to go, but the only other thing we got to include is the John Wayne Gacy story, because that's kind of like the ribbon on top. That
okay. All right.
Here, all together.
Let's do this. I want to bring this in because I found it, and then we'll do the John Wayne Gacy thing, and we'll wrap this up. And so check this out. So this is a person that has the same Venus conjunction to the midheaven with the same orbic degree as Colonel Sanders, Reba McEntire. Do you know what makes this interesting?
She looks like a Wendy. She played him?
She played Colonel Sanders.
No way.
Absolutely.
Wow.
Same Venus conjunction onto the midheaven. Different Venus. She's got it in Aquarius, but it's right there on the midheaven, meaning that it's like, at the top of the fucking sky. Right? And who plays Colonel Sanders? Reba McEntire.
That's crazy. I was going to say that she looks like Wendy. She's got the red hair look. Dave Thomas,
Isn't that wild shit?
Super wild.
All
That's
right,
crazy.
Let's get into the clown man, John Wayne Gacy, and we'll wrap it up.
Yeah, so KFC, that is started by Colonel Sanders, and I guess I don't know when he passed away, but John Wayne Gacy was what, in the 70s, early 80s? John Wayne Gacy. Someone just said something about Bimini in the chat. I don't know if this is true. Someone commented and said, Colonel Sanders of KFC, his grandson found Bimini Road in the late 60s flying from Bahamas to Florida. I don't know if that's true. I've never heard that. I've heard of the story of Bimini Road being discovered. I didn't hear anything about a plane. I just heard it was these guys.
Oh, you've got a new thread to follow there.
Yeah, but Colonel Sanders, KFC is taken off. It's becoming a huge thing, and basically, John Wayne Gacy. I've made me think of Edgar Casey with Bimini, but John Wayne Gacy, he was a member, he was not a Freemason, not to my knowledge, not to anyone, I haven't seen any research to indicate that, but he was a member of what's called the JCs. The JCs. Now, the JCs are kind of a para-Masonic group. They're not Masons. They're not a secret society, but they're kind of a social club, Boy Scouts kind of for guys, older guys type thing. Really weird. I don't really understand it. But the JCs,
I'm not sure you want to.
It's like from what I've heard, it's like a wife swapping club. Like it's a bunch of Freemasons who wanted to do the hanky panky that Freemasons sometimes get up to. Without any of the Freemasonry, and it's also something that their wives could get involved in, because your wife can't come with you to the lodge.
Have you just a quick little detour here? But have you ever read the story of ex-Freemasonic wives? Have you ever read some of that stuff and like message boards and shit when they get into it?
No, please send me some.
Oh, well, dude. I mean, they just it's like
wife swapping.
They lose their husbands, right? Like their husbands start going to the meetings and it's very earnest. And then they just keep taking more and more time away from home.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
And then the next thing you know, they've got like they find a condom in their wallet or they find a card. I mean, usually this kind of begins to unravel like what's going on behind the scenes. And then these wives find out that, a lot of these dudes are, when they go off and they do their like, guy shit with the Masons, they're basically getting hookers, escorts, women that would like dance and, burlesque shit. And like, that's what they would be doing. And so there's a whole like sort of subculture of ex-Freemasonic wives, and they're just telling these horror stories.
Wow.
And talking about how they had to get a divorce and leave their family because the person that they knew wasn't the same person, after they had, been in Freemasonry for a significant period of time. Like they literally lost their husband, right?
Yeah.
And so it's really, some of these stories are kind of harrowing, right?
Yeah, and that's what Masons are often, I don't know if they're instructed to say this, but the Masons that I talk to, they often throw out the same line, just getting away from the wife. Just getting away from the wife to go hang out with the guys, drink some beers. We don't really get up to anything that important. Just want to get away from the wife. I've heard that dozens of times.
Right.
The JCs, though, we could tee off on the Masons all night, but the JCs, I don't understand a bunch, but I know that they are also accused and have been, firmly linked to wife swapping, prostitution, human trafficking. That's what the Royal Order of the Jesters, remember we were talking about them earlier.
Right.
The group within the Shriners who are within the Freemasons, the Royal Order of Jesters. We have a Freemason who comes into the store. He had nothing good to say about the Royal Order of Jesters. He says they do nothing all day but screw around and get fucked up. And he had no respect for them. I was like, really? Aren't they like, this high, haven't they kind of risen the ranks of the group? And he said, no, it's not like that at all. That was his understanding of it. We have a Freemason who comes in, once a week or so. But the Royal Order of Jesters, they've been caught up and exposed for doing the same thing. Moving prostitutes across state lines, wife swapping, parties that,
right?
Yeah, key parties, right? Right, car key parties. You've heard about those, right? The Masons, you put your keys in a bowl and you pull out keys at random, and you take the wife that goes along with the keys, goes along with the car, right?
Right.
But John Wayne Gacy was in that group, and I think it might have been at the same time or close to the same time that Bill Clinton was in the group, and they had similar circles. So John Wayne Gacy was very well connected. This is something people don't talk about. They act like he was a neighborhood freak. This was one of the most well-connected guys in his area. He had politicians in his, number book, right? He was well-connected. John Wayne Gacy was the manager of 3 KFC locations. Now, I think that might have been through one of his wives, whose dad kind of was a higher up at KFC, but I don't remember for sure. But he certainly was.
So the JCs are the United States Junior Chamber of Commerce. That's who they are. That's the JCs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
the JCs, they were getting together, and when they would get together, John Wayne Gacy would bring KFC. Now, let's go schizo on these names a little bit. We heard someone brought up Edgar Casey a little earlier. Edgar Casey.
These are all JCs, by the way. That the list of JCs is here right in front of you. You can
Bill
see
Gates is a JC. What the fuck?
Yeah,
Bill Clinton,
Larry
Gates,
Bird, yeah, Gerald Ford,
Larry
John Wayne
Bird.
Gacy, Larry Bird, Al Gore, Larry Holmes, Howard Hughes,
What?
Lindbergh,
Richard Nixon. Elvis.
Nixon was a JC, Elvis, Reagan.
She was just 17. Oh, come on.
So there you go. There's a list of who else in there? Hubert Humphrey.
You ever been to the circus, little girl? You ever been to a children's hospital, little girl? Come on.
I got a Cadillac.
Well, I know a clown. He's gonna.
Would you like a Cadillac? Yeah, look at, they've even got a female JC, Lanny Ray Raffco Wilson. Jeez, look at that. Michigan. I was capping on Michigan this week. I said it's a weird place, and a lot of Michiganders were not happy. So yeah, man. So he's bringing Kentucky Fried Chicken to the JC meetings.
Yep. John Wayne Gacy, and that's what I wanted to say. His initials were JC, or sorry, J. Sorry.
JWG.
JWG. But Gacy rhymes with JC. That's what I meant to say. Sorry.
That's okay.
JC, Gacy. What's up with this? Okay, there's something.
And John Wayne was a Schreiner, by the way.
And then KFC.
Right.
Close, right? But John Wayne Gacy, he's supplying fried chicken at these JC events where they would end up wife swapping. He's bringing all the neighborhood kids over. How would he get all the neighborhood kids into his basement? Because he always had fried chicken. He'd come home from work with infinite fried chicken. All the kids would want to be over. Everyone would be eating. Everyone loved it. Now, John Wayne Gacy, not only did he work at a KFC and supply his victims with KFC, he lured his victims with KFC. He was also a clown. That's how he got a lot of his victims too, by clowning. Birthday parties, events.
Right.
You know how many victims John Wayne Gacy?
Well, it says at least 33 on his Wikipedia page.
33. At least 33.
At least 33. They have to say 33.
Yeah. So that's John Wayne Gacy. He was a clown.
Yeah.
He had a name like Bozo or some shit like Bogo or some shit like that.
I fucking hate clowns, man. I'm not a clown fan.
You'll notice that McDonald's also has the clown.
Yeah, Ronald.
Ronald McDonald. And then Jack in the Box, also a clown. Right. And there are other fast food chains that prominently feature the clown. Now,
right.
Wendy's, this is where it gets crazy, guys. KFC is fried chicken. Wendy's is burgers, never frozen, always fresh, right? Because we can't let that adrenochrome lose its potency, right? We need that always fresh, never frozen. Would you believe me if I told you that Wendy Go is the name of a cannibal spirit?
Wendigo. Yes. Yeah.
So Native Americans have a story about.
It's also known as Wedico as well as Wendigo. So yes.
Wendy's to go. Anybody want to go down the to go line at Wendy's? You want your Wendy's to go? Wendigo, that is a cannibal ghost. It's a demon or a monster, like a mind virus that plagues people who have consumed human flesh. So it's like Kuru, Kuru, like the African version. That's Wendigo.
Well, and Kuru comes from Indonesia or New Guinea.
Okay. Sorry.
It's okay. It's close. It's kind of close, but yeah.
Yeah.
Did you see that guy that I pulled up here? That was another member of the JCs, this Edmund Kemper guy. Did you see him? I had him on the screen for a minute. You just got to check this dude out. He's another killer, like Gacy. He's a member of the JCs.
Really?
Yeah. So most of his murders included necrophilia, decapitation, dismemberment, and possibly cannibalism.
Yeah. What if John Wayne Gacy was just the fall guy? I mean,
Oh, look at this. Oh, you got Edward Emile. You got the 2 E's.
Wow.
Look at that.
The third, too.
The third, right? And then the K is 11.
3K. He's the third K. He's the third EEK.
All right. So, dude, check it out. This guy was 6'9".
What?
6'9". His
Damn.
nickname was the Ogre of Aptos.
Damn. So he's literally a giant
He's
Nephilim.
a giant Nephilim cannibal member of the JCs.
Well, that's why Wendy, the girl Wendy, has red hair.
Right.
Okay. Now, in real life, she's like strawberry blonde. Today, she's blonde. She's not, she doesn't even have red hair anymore. Her name was never Wendy. Her name's Melinda. Okay.
Right.
Dave Thomas forced this Wendy. Oh, yeah, my redheaded daughter named Wendy. She's the inspiration for all of this. No. Wendy go. And why redheaded? Why a redheaded freckled girl? Because redheads, it's the esoteric symbolism of red hair. Red hair has a whole lot to say. It's a statement. But red hair is also associated with cannibalism. There are stories like the Lovelock Cave, the Lovelock Giants.
Right.
Red-headed cannibals, red-headed giants across America, red-headed giants in the Bible, allegedly. Red hair is associated with very, very tall genetics and extremely, extremely short genetics. So you'll see it, red hair, the people who have red hair, they almost always average taller than normal. But there are extreme cases like the leprechaun, where the shortest person I've ever seen was a redheaded lacrosse player.
So this gets back to a very interesting story and very different than your version of Noah and the Ark, okay?
Mm-hmm.
But this gets back into, if you look on Mars, there are parts of Mars that are named after Noah. Okay, so it's very strange. So there's this theory, right, that Noah's Ark left Earth. And where Noah's Ark went was Mars.
Okay.
And it was a group that knew that the reset was coming, right? Like Noah or Utnapishtim. And so they go to Mars and they have a complete change in their biology. They all come back with red heads because there's something about like whatever's going on Mars with like the oxides and all that shit. And so they actually return from Mars. And this is where there's the story is this is where we get the redheads from. They
I got a good one.
originally from Mars. So there you go.
That's very interesting. You know what that made me think of?
What's that?
Have you seen the movie John Carter? Are you familiar with the story?
I love that movie.
Okay, so it's a Confederate soldier,
right?
Who gets shot up to Mars,
transported up to Mars. Yep.
And you know his initials are JC.
John Carter. Yep.
JC, John Carter, and he goes to Mars. He's a Confederate soldier, to my knowledge, or he's a Civil War soldier.
So he's a Civil War. By the way, man, I love that movie. And Disney just completely fucked that movie over.
Yeah.
Right. In terms of its marketing and like they just killed it, man. They just killed. And why did they kill that movie? I mean, that's a just discussion for another show, but like the movie's actually pretty fucking cool.
Mm-hmm.
And it could have been one of those movies where if they had marketed it correctly, they could have had like, 2, 3, 4, all taking place on Mars. They could have a franchise on their hands.
Yeah.
But yeah, you're right. So that's Edgar Rice Burroughs who comes up with that. Same guy who does Tarzan. And he goes to Mars. He's a Confederate. And he does come back though. He does come back to this world. So yeah. So what do you think of that theory? It has to do with copper too, I believe. And so redheads come back and they're the people come back and they're just like different. They're just wired differently. Their physiognomy is different. Their hair color is different. Everything about them is different.
Yeah, there's something to it. Some say that Jesus had red hair. Most agree that Muhammad had red hair.
Well, that's a given because all those guys dyed their beards red, right? Because that's supposedly what Muhammad did once his beard started to get white. It used to be red, so he dyes it like ochre, orange, and all these dudes continue to do that as part of the tradition, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, man. You're starting to fade. You got anything else you want to add to the fast food esoteric breakdown?
No, just that much like the Knights Templar, the Knights of the Golden Circle weren't just they weren't just like the military police and the SS of the South. They were also the well, I kind of said it already, but they were in charge of the gold. They were in charge of transporting valuables like gold. And believe it or not, Jesse James also involved.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw a Jesse James thing of Knights of the Golden Circle.
Knights of the Golden Circle.
Right. Yeah, I saw that.
So some of the earliest famous train robbers and bank robbers were members of the Knights of the Golden Circle or ex-members of the Knights of the Golden Circle.
Right.
And they were in charge of seizing American gold at the outbreak of the Civil War. You know, America has gold reserves spread out all across the nation. When the Civil War breaks out, all the gold in the South falls into the hands of the South. And what they did was they tasked the Knights of the Golden Circle with seizing and securing all of the gold in the South.
Mm-hmm.
And then eventually they had to, chase down people who were trying to take it for themselves and all this. When the Civil War ends, all that gold got stashed and hidden. And to this very day, there are people who professionally, exclusively search for KGC gold.
Okay, so
to this very day across America.
Let's break this down, right? So where was supposed gold stored at one point in time? Fort Knox in Kentucky.
Yeah.
Which gets back to your Kentucky origin story, right?
Yep. Totally.
Yeah. And what again, the egregore of Neptune and Aries, which is the spirit of the Civil War. What were they talking about 2 months ago? Fucking gold, right? Gold reserves. We're going to go into Fort Knox. We're going to audit this thing. So it's like, the same stories are coming up, different telling, but the same stories.
Yeah. This is where a lot of our chicken terminology comes from. Chicken tender, legal tender, chicken nugget, golden nuggets, golden tenders. How many times have you seen that? That's all KGC fast food propaganda, mind control.
Right.
They are coding. When you search Knights of the Golden Circle or KGC nuggets or gold, you're going to get KFC gold sauce, their Carolina gold sauce, and their nuggets and tenders. And, you want to go down some rabbit holes.
I got to agree with Sam on this. On the Korean fried chicken.
Yeah.
The Korean fried chicken is actually really, really good.
Go look at what all of the Asian fried chicken chains call their chains. It's like how the moon landing, like Asia doesn't care. Like they're not worried about conspiracy theorists decoding their stuff. They don't care.
Yeah.
So their moon landings are, like laughably bad, right?
Right.
Their fried chicken is even less veiled than the American fast food chains. All the fried chicken in like places like Korea and East Asia, South Asia,
like Golden Palace and shit like that.
It's all KKC or KCK or KKC. Go look it up, guys. All the chicken companies. It's all like KKK. They call it like Korean Kentucky chicken, like KKC or whatever.
They got no problem. They got
all
no
of them.
problem with the K's. Right.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, you forgot a big K. Kraft Foods with a K.
Yeah.
Right.
Kraft.
And then craft is in the craft. You know, like the
yeah.
Masonic, right? Hey, are you going there?
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good one. Man,
There's a
there's
whole
so
other
many.
show for you, man.
Yeah.
Whole other show.
Also, yeah, but you know, that's the whole spiel. There's a whole lot more, but people can go watch my videos on it.
Yeah, go check it out. And Longo is always cooking up. He's always cooking up something interesting. You got anything new you're working on?
We're working on publishing our third book as Galloglass, Galloglass Books. Our third book is going to be the book most relevant to my YouTube channel. Our first book was Monad. Our second book was Giordano Bruno and the Hermetic Tradition. Our third book is going to be In the Beginning by L.V. Edison Calloway, another EE, Freemason, Shriner, Southerner, a Florida legend. This is the book that puts forward the idea and, in my opinion, substantiates the idea that the biblical Garden of Eden was in Florida. That is the book where I get most of that stuff for that theory.
Is that the same guy that did the TV interview? He was like maybe in his 80s or something. Is that the same dude?
That's him. Cool. Yep. He made it to his 90s. He was a Shriner. He believed Florida was the Garden of Eden. I don't know if that belief came out of the Shriners, came out of his experience in the Shriners, but he wrote that book. It was severely underappreciated, never sold more than 1,000 copies, has never been reprinted since 1971. We are bringing that text to print. We're bringing it back, awesome, man. Republishing it. It is going to be out. We're going to have hard copies of that. My fans are going to go wild. They're going to love it. People outside of my community are going to like it too, like the Aboriginals and the Moorish people and anyone who thinks anyone who entertains the idea that America is the old world, right? You hear a lot of that in a lot of circles, but I'm excited for that. So I haven't been making any YouTube videos because I'm working on that. I'm still going live. And if people want to get our other two books in the meantime, they can go to galloglassbooks.shop.
Okay, good deal. Well, it's been a while since we had you on, but man, we made up for lost time, didn't we?
Yes. Thank you, Robert. Thanks for getting all this good information out of me. And adding on a bunch yourself.
Absolutely. Hey, I wanted to ask you one question before we part ways here. John Teeter, right? Do you know John Teeter? Do you know who John Teeter is? All right, just save it for another time. Go, just do a search on John Teeter, because whether it's real or a hoax or not, you will find it fucking fascinating. And John Teeter, the narrative is that he is in Florida, where basically there's a war going on between the states and this like oppressive, tyrannical government. And he's part of it. It's a time travel thing. So you can figure out whether it's so John Teeter, it's a Florida connection. So I was just wondering if you had gone down that.
Yeah, I'll try and make a video on it.
That'd be kind of cool. All right, Longo. So good having you here, man. You take good care of yourself, all right?
Thank you. You too, Robert. Good seeing you.
All right. Yeah, peace.
Peace.
There he is, the great and one and only Dr. Longo. Go check him out over in Florida. He is doing some live streams, but does exceptional work when it comes to the esoteric realm. And so, yeah, hit that like if you enjoyed the show. Subscribe if you're from Longo's world. Subscribe and hook up with this channel. I do astrology related stuff every Sunday night, and a lot of it has a bit of an esoteric tip. In fact, almost all of it does. So if you like Longo's work, you'll probably dig mine. Okay, thanks for being here. Take good care of yourselves. Treat each other well. God bless. Love you all. Robert Phoenix, signing off.